Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check. check. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check.
Hello, hello, check.
আসছে, এত বড় প্রতিষ্ঠান কে সৃষ্টি করলেন, এ দায়িত্ব কে নেবে? তিনি চিঠি লিখলেন মহাত্মা গান্ধীকে।
Shubha Shakal. A very good morning to all of you present here. We are taking a few minutes before we formally begin this session.
উনি শিক্ষার ক্ষেত্রেও বলছেন যে শিক্ষা মানেই কিন্তু শুধুমাত্র কেরানি বানানোর শিক্ষা নয়। যারা বিশ্বভারতীর ইতিহাস পড়েছেন তারা জানেন যে শিক্ষার ব্যাপারে রবীন্দ্রনাথ সবসময় শিক্ষার সঙ্গে জীবনের যোগাযোগটা দরকার, এটা বলছেন বারবার। ভারতবর্ষে যদি সত্য বিদ্যালয় স্থাপিত হয় তবে গোড়া হইতেই সেই বিদ্যালয় তাহার অর্থশাস্ত্র, তাহার কৃষিতত্ত্ব, তাহার স্বাস্থ্যবিদ্যা, তাহার সমস্ত ব্যবহারিক বিজ্ঞানকে আপন প্রতিষ্ঠার স্থানের চতুর্দিকবর্তী পল্লীর মধ্যে প্রয়োগ করিয়া দেশের জীবনযাত্রায় কেন্দ্রস্থান অধিকার করিবে, তবেই সে শিক্ষার মূল্য আছে।
I think there is a basic notional difference between the two terms, Visva-Bharati and the Vishayan. The aims and objectives of Visva-Bharati is well embedded with its motto, Yatra Vishwan Bhavatakaneram, which was adopted from the Patstani Samhita of the Sukla Ajurveda. Here is a prominent centripetal direction to embrace the whole world into it. On the contrary, the Vishwayan, or the globalization, by its very innate nature, goes toward a centrifugal direction. So Visva-Bharati has a challenge to make these two diagonally opposite directions remaining unchanged of its main ethos.
The scope to nurture the talents they have and go into future explorations, and they can pursue whatever talent they have. Another unique feature of the curriculum of Pathabhavan is the training in self-governance, training in self-reliance.
We are still implementing the works according to his philosophy. First of all, we are strengthening the village development societies and also the Mahila Samitis. We are working in 50 command area villages of Sriniketan, and we are involving the rural youth, the people. We are also organizing the women of these villages, and also we are forming the women organization we call Mahila Shamitis.
Is Visva-Bharati to be a replica of any other central universities? Is it necessary for Visva-Bharati to be just one of these 43? Or if we want to preserve the heritage, is it possible to make an exception in the overall framework of the higher education? These are some of the questions which are staring at us and we cannot avoid, we shall have to answer. And there was a question that whether the Prime Minister of a country should be the Chancellor of any particular university. Nehru's response was blunt and straight. He said, I do consider to have the distinction of being the Chancellor of Visva-Bharati University will not demean the prestige of Prime Minister. It will enhance the prestige and dignity of the Prime Minister of India.
यदि गुरुदेव का जीवन देखा जाए तो साहित्य, संगीत और कला से युक्त, प्रखरता से भरा अद्भुत व्यक्तित्व है। और इसलिए ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति है, इस नई शिक्षा नीति उसी को आधार बना करके बहुत तेजी से बढ़ना चाहती है। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का इससे उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण शायद आज कहीं नहीं मिल पाएगा। हर छात्र, शिक्षक, शिक्षाविद यहाँ आकर खुद को गौरवान्वित महसूस करते हैं। कोई भी छात्र में विश्व भारती से निकला हुआ हूँ, उसकी अलग पहचान होगी, उसका गौरव होगा, दोबारा उसको देखने की उत्कट जिज्ञासा किसी में भी पैदा होगी। विश्व भारती से निकला है, कुछ तो होगा, कुछ तो है, कुछ तो करेगा।
Hello. Check, check.
Check. Check.
Shuprabhat. A very good morning to all of you present here. Confluence 2025 First Industry Academia Meet is a vision, bridging innovation with knowledge, sharing in the true spirit of sharing. We have been experiencing that across all the sessions yesterday, and it has been a learning experience for me personally and my colleagues, as we are all on a learning curve. This morning, we have gathered here to start day 2 of Confluence 2025. We have 2 concurrent sessions, one at our conference hall, Central Library, and one here. We will be having technical session 5, Heritage, Visual and Performing Arts. May I humbly request Professor Shishi Shahana, Principal, Kala Bhavana, to begin the session as a convener. One small request, please put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you so much.
I welcome you all for today's very significant session on heritage, visual arts, and performing arts. And this is also my privilege to invite our distinguished speakers on the dais. We are very fortunate to have Dr. Devashish Bandyopadhyay, our Honorable Chair of the session, Director, Culture and Cultural Relations. Please, sir, come to the dais. Okay, yeah. We have with us our Honorable Co-Chair, Mr. Zulfikar Jinnah Ahmed of Amra Shobuj. Then we are going to invite our colleague, Professor Amrit Sen, who is going to present the theme, Heritage, Visual Arts and Performing Arts. And also we do have with us Mr. Ashish Atwale, CEO, Compass. And we do have our another colleague, Professor Shruti Bandyopadhyay, Professor of Manipuri Dance, Sangit Bhavan. Please come to the dais along with our Professor R. Shivakumar, who is also our former faculty member of Kala Bhavan, Visva-Bharati. Now, we would like to felicitate our honorable speakers. You can stand here. seated. Before begin with our session, I would like to introduce our honorable speakers, Dr. Devashish Bandyopadhyay, our honorable chair of this session. Dr. Devashish Bandyopadhyay has recently joined us as the Director of Culture and Cultural Relations, Rabindra Bhavan, Visva-Bharati. He was a fellow at California State University, USA, and a Charles Wallace postdoctoral fellow at St. Antony's College, Oxford University, London. Dr. Bandyopadhyay has served as Vice Chancellor of Kazi Nazrul University, Asansol, West Bengal. He has also been a professor in the Department of English at Visva-Bharati University, Kolkata, Vidyasagar University, West Bengal, and Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Of course, they have contributed so much in their respective field, but I am going to say only a few words about our honorable speakers. Our co-chair, Mr. Zulfikar Jinnah Ahmed, is a renowned theatre personality who has made very significant contributions to the field of theatre through his troupe, Amra Shobuj. Our colleague, Dr. Amrit Sen, is currently teaching at the Department of English, Visva-Bharati. He is also a member of the General Council Sahitya Academy. He takes a keen interest in Indian knowledge system and in the history of Shantiniketan and Visva-Bharati. We do have with us another respected personality, Mr. Ashish Atwale. Mr. Ashish Atwale's creativity in visual arts and performing arts, combined with his extensive engagement with several renowned brands, has earned him great success across industry and academia. He is known for conceiving the innovative concept of theatrics applications-based workshops for effective communication and expression. Mr. Atwale regularly engages with students in leading academic institutions, including premier business schools. Our former colleague of Kalabhavan, Professor Raman Shivkumar, is a former faculty member of Kalabhavan Visva-Bharati, where he served for 40 years. An eminent art historian and curator, Professor Shivakumar, has authored over 20 books, including Shantiniketan, The Making of a Contextual Modernism, and the 4-volume Ravindra Chitravali, published by Visva-Bharati. He has curated several major retrospective exhibitions, including those on K.G. Subramanian, Vinod Bihari Mukherjee, and the Last Harvest paintings of Rabindranath Tagore. We have our another colleague, Professor Shruti Bandyopadhyay. Professor Shruti Bandyopadhyay is presently serving as the principal of Sangeet Bhavana, Visva-Bharati. She is also heading the Department of Rabindra Sangeet, Dance and Drama at Sangeet Bhavana. A Fulbright Fellow, Professor Bandyopadhyay received the Academy Puraskar for her contributions to Manipuri dance, along with many other prestigious awards from recognized institutions across India as a scholar, author, and dancer. We have our deporters today for this session, Dr. Dhiman Bhattacharya and Dr. Apurva Kumar Chattopadhyay. So I'd be very glad to start today's session now. I would request Dr. Amrit Sen for his thematic presentation on heritage, visual arts, and performing arts.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen on and off the dais, it is my great privilege to be speaking on Visva-Bharati Heritage, Visual and the Performing Arts at the first Confluence 2025. Now, the basic aim of this presentation is to look at areas where there can be a synergy between the industry and the university in the way in which heritage can become a focus where partnerships can be fostered. Right. Now, Visva-Bharati is, of course, unique in the sense that it is a university that is also a UNESCO Living World Heritage Site. And as the UNESCO document points out, it is an example of a total work of art where life, learning, work and art along with the local and the global intertwine seamlessly, where progressive education and visual art are intertwined with architecture and landscape. Note the importance of the pairing of the local and the global. Yesterday we had a lot of discussion on innovation and the way in which heritage became, or art became, a point of innovation is something that the UNESCO repeatedly recognizes. So we have this heritage dispersed across the music of Shongit Bhavan, the art practices at Kala Bhavan, the buildings and architecture of Rabindra Bhavan, the murals and resources at China Bhavan, the confluence of languages in Bhasha Bhavan, among others, providing a unique, kind of blend and melange of heritage. And therefore, this heritage is both tangible and intangible, bringing the world in one nest. Also, very important is that this heritage also combines the needs of the community and the knowledge of the community in and around Shantiniketan. Of course, some of the details of the murals that are present, you can see the Hindi Bhavan murals, for example, talking about the lives of the medieval saints. Now, we have talked about our core strengths, but what does this mean for the industry? Yesterday I was listening to Dr. Prabhakar speaking, and he asked a very important question, so what? So what, you have it. Now, very important is that we have thousands of visitors coming to this university every day. Now that it's winter, you'll see the footfall will reach record numbers, especially with the Posh Mela around the corner. And we have very successfully emerged as a global cultural brand with its festivals and handicrafts making its way into the global calendar. The Nandan Mela, which comes up, is one of the major art festivals in India right at this moment, if not in the world. So it is a place where you have a lot of people. A lot of people would invariably mean a lot of potential, customers as well. Now, the UNESCO Heritage Site, of course, brings not only the national body of people here, but also an international range of tourists. Also important is that Shantiniketan is a vibrant space with studios, performance spaces which are open air, regular upasanas to propagate and continue the tradition and heritage of the Indian knowledge system, which is again something that is to be exhibited and experienced. Also important is a corpus of bright students with a pan-Indian outlook. Very important because, most of the great artists of tomorrow will be from the students of Shantiniketan, the Kala Bhavan and the Shongit Bhavan. So investing in these students is also investing in the future of art in India.
the Uttarayan complex, of course, which again attracts thousands of visitors every day. We have had this success in the past, the Patobhavan and the Shikha Shatru. Yesterday I met a gentleman from Canada who was talking about the Steiner mode of education and the need to collaborate with such schools to bring students and people of the same mind to Shantiniketan. Kala Bhavan as the premier institution of art, Nandan Mela, Shongit Bhavan, again, one of the finest places where classical music meets Rabindra Shongit, meets Manipuri dance, and so many other forms of Indian and world music. Bhasha Bhavan, very importantly, one of the first institutes which brought the Far East, the Western Asian and the European languages together with the Indian languages. So it creates as a corpus of students who are, multilingual in many ways. One of our strengths is that China Bhavan and Japanese department, Nippon Bhavan, of course, their students are absorbed immediately after they pass their graduation. Vidya Bhavan, very importantly, as a center for researchers in ancient Indian history. Therefore, the entire corpus of the Indian heritage can be understood at Shantiniketan. A place where you have open-air sculptures, probably the only open-air museum that you can find in the entire globe at such a large scale. Again, what are the opportunities therefore? We talked about yesterday, we talked about CSR, but this time I'm going to talk about co-branding, as it were, what the industry could associate with Shantiniketan and do. So collaboration in utilizing resources like exhibitions, workshops, using the studio facilities. Right at this moment, we have the exhibition of Binod Bihari Mukherjee going on in Kala Bhavan. We need good exhibition spaces, and we could co-brand or collaborate with the industry to have these studios which could be named after them or after some individual also, but they could be places where state-of-the-art exhibitions could be held. We've already had the first Shantiniketan Biennale, which can provide tremendous opportunities for co-branding and reaching out to a global art connoisseurship. We think about the Kochi Biennale, for example. We think about the Edinburgh Art Festival. We could look at Shantiniketan as a destination in many ways, because also we'll have people from the Far East coming in, because Shantiniketan has had such a strong component of Far Eastern art and music here. And of course, also outreach programs of Kala Bhavan teaching art, making it accessible to the villages. So also with NGOs, we could collaborate. Again, very importantly, Shongit Bhavan and the performing arts, sponsoring artists and troops as ambassadors of Indian culture. We have represented, Visva-Bharati has represented India in various global forums. Very importantly, Shantiniketan does not yet have its own film festival. So one of the major areas of interests could be, having a film festival here with co-branding from another industry. Again, Rabindra Bhavan, which has so many visitors, we could have, drinking water facilities, benches, waiting rooms where in the industry could collaborate with us. Co-branding with Visva-Bharati in creating Tagore memorabilia. A huge market awaits that. We could have co-branding here so that marketing opportunities arise. You see, as a university, we produce, but marketing these is a skill that the industry has. And if we can bring this together, I heard the use of the word catalytic. So as a catalyst, the industry could act as something which benefits both of us. It might also be symbiotic. Again, we've already had this experience of telecasting art fairs and Visva-Bharati events. The Basant Utsav, of course, is a major draw. So once again, marketing Visva-Bharati through the telecast would be an idea. And also collaborating in researches in the Indian knowledge systems in the areas of art and music, which is emerging as one of the great, uh, elements of the Indian government in projecting India as the Vishwa Guru. The Heritage Walk, for example, is something that has come up in the recent times. Now, the Heritage Walk is already drawing in thousands and thousands of visitors. A kind of co-branding of the Heritage Walk could also give us a lot of leeway in leading up to what the Honorable Vice Chancellor yesterday talked about, the final creation of a light and sound show at Shantiniketan, which would involve a tremendous amount of funds. But this could be something which we could organize and co-brand with a major concern. Again, in terms of language and media, we have two very important schools where young students could be, once again, mentored for taking on future responsibilities. We are already talking about a truly international literary festival. This is something which Shantiniketan, I think, must have, because this is the center of creative activity. And again, we have the state-of-the-art studio where, performance editing, sound engineering with a public-private partnership could emerge. And with the NEP coming in, if some part of the visual arts industry or the media industry could be involved, we could have very viable partnerships. Our students would benefit. In terms of internship, the industry would benefit, and our facilities would be co-shared. And again, as was already pointed out, we have Lipika, of course, as an event space, but more importantly, Bangladesh Bhavan, with an auditorium, office meetings, facilities for catering, accommodation facilities nearby. One of the major things that Shantiniketan does have is an ecosystem where the tourists can come and have good hotels also. Not only do we have our own guest houses, but also this place has already a vibrant ecosystem. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we have is a tangible and intangible heritage recognized globally. Now, as a university, we can generate our own academic creative output, where we seek your expertise is in co-branding and sharing resources, whereby the university will not only become just a place of innovation, but also a place of dispersing this innovation, marketing this innovation. In 1937, Rabindranath traveled to Sri Lanka with his cultural troupe. Shantiniketan by that time was already a brand in terms of an Asian modernism. That sense of branding was brought by Tagore. Let us try and see if that brand can be fruitfully shared between the academia and the industry in more contemporary times. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Amrit Sen. Now I would call upon Mr. Ashish Atawale. Please, sir.
Namaste. Thank you, everybody at Visva-Bharati for allowing me to talk here. I think it's a pleasure beyond words. Something that struck me was when Dr. Amrit Sen was talking about, and there are two parts of my life. One is I'm a brand strategist, I'm a brand strategy consultant, and I'm a professional actor. So the first part when he spoke about Visva-Bharati as a brand, that struck me because I'll be open enough to admit that I have always seen Visva-Bharati from outside as a respected, revered place, but beyond that, I wasn't much aware of what it is here today. But the way he mentioned few things, there are enough number of touch points, as we call it in branding, which can be leveraged, but that's for a later day. What I'm going to talk about today, since we are talking about industry academia meet, and this is the first meet today, I thought this will be a wonderful opportunity for me to showcase something that I have been doing, which brings these two spheres which I work in, which is the business part and the theater. I do theater actively in Bangalore, English and Hindi. How do we, and there is a faculty which I don't need to tell you, but there is a faculty of applied theater which is existent and which can be leveraged wonderfully for business, because normally when we talk about performing arts, etc., it is considered more like a, indulgent professional where I do something for my benefit or my happiness. But here I would like to share a perspective where even something like theater can be of immense benefit to the industry. And I have practiced it, and I can share with you the impact that I have seen happening, is what I'm hoping to share with you today. So I'm not going to talk about Natya Shastra from Bharat Muni or Tchaikovsky or Grotowski. Nothing. No, nothing like that. None of that I'm going to talk about. What I'm going to talk about is theater in business. All right. Let's look at etymology, like, the origin of the word. Origin of the word theater lies in Greece, the Greek language, which means to see and watch. I mean, I'm sure there is enough number of material available with you also. You can go through it, but let's operate with this: to see and to watch and observe. A place for viewing. So just hold on to that thought for one moment. Let's look at similar etymology for what is business. This was surprising for me because I've been into business, but I never thought what would be the origin of the word business. The word business comes from Old English "besigens," I hope I've pronounced it correctly, which means care, anxiety, and occupation. Wow, I didn't know. I didn't know business could have origin in care, anxiety, and occupation. Evolved from besiege, which means busy, careful, diligent. So let's, if we have to put these two slides together, theater being a place for viewing and theater being a place for viewing business, which is care, anxiety, busy, careful, diligent. Wow, isn't this what theater is all about? You are talking about emotions, you are talking about words, you are talking about things which are intangible, which move tangible things. So that, to me, and hence I would like to change the topic of my talk today from theater and business to something which means business is theater. That is what I would like to share the perspective about. If I may ask you, what could be this? You're seeing the Venn diagram. What could be the intersection? What could be the common link between theater and business? Anybody? What could be this overlapping Venn diagram area, which I have blocked for a moment right now? What could it be? Cinema industry. What else? Audience. Wonderful. I would like to look at it more as, oh, I'm sorry, this is not moving. I would like to see it as people. The very strong bond. I mean, technologies can come, innovations can come and go. There could be fads, there could be long-standing, everything, but it is always about the man behind the machine or the woman behind the machine in this case, where we are talking about people, which is the common factor between theater and people. How can we leverage it? ABC. That is what it will boil down to. Just a wild guess. I mean, there are no marks, negative marks also. So can somebody guess, in the context of theater and business, what could ABC mean? Anybody? Wildest guess. Don't worry. I mean, I'm sure professors here will be forgiving you in case if you go beyond also. Yeah, please. Wonderful. All right. Okay. Anything else? What could ABC mean in the context of theater and business? No guesses? All right. How about attitude, behavior, and communication? Attitude, behavior, and communication. Trust me, all of us, I mean, when I say all of us working in business spheres, we all roughly come from similar backgrounds. I mean, middle class, lower middle class, educational qualifications, the kind of institutes we come from, more or less same. But just imagine if there are 3 people who join at the same time in a company with a similar background. Let's say, whatever in our perception in India we're talking about, let's say IIT IIM. All IIT IIM, everybody same, age same, everything same. But why is it that only, say, maybe 1 out of those 3 go out and excel in his or her field? Everything is same. What makes that one person succeed, or maybe 1 out of those 3 people succeed, the rest 2 kind of languish behind? Ask me, answer lies in ABC. What is your attitude? How does it reflect in your behavior? And how do you communicate that to the outer world? This is the crux of business, if you ask me. Rest of it is, I'm sure my friends in industry who are present here will probably curse me. I don't want to demean this, but take it from me, everything that we do becomes a hygiene equal for every other industry. So what makes one industry, one business entity different from another? People. And with people leveraging ABC, that is what makes it different. And surprise, surprise, theater, according to me, and since I straddle these 2 worlds, theater, according to me, is nothing else but attitude, behavior, and communication. How do I see my role? How do I portray it? How do I communicate that? And that, to me, is all the world's a stage and we are all actors. Who said this? Thank you. I would also want to tell you that somebody else said this. बाबू मोशाय जिंदगी एक रंगमंच है और हम सब रंगमंच की कठपुतलियां हैं. That was in jest, okay? But yeah, you do have Rishikesh Mukherjee also telling us that through Rajesh Khanna. But actually, Shakespeare said it through Jack. Shakespeare said it through Jack in the play As You Like It, in the Act 2 and Scene 7, if I'm not wrong, when he was presenting 7 ages of men, if I'm not wrong. But anyway, that's not the point. But now look at this. Isn't this true for our lives? Isn't this true for business hence? We are all actors. In fact, we are all acting right now. We are all acting right now. What is acting? I have been given a role, you have been given a role, and we try to perform it to the best of our capabilities. That, to me, is proving this, that we are all actors. And you can imagine if we act bad, it is pathetic, no? I mean, all of us have seen bad acting on stage or even in the films. That's how it feels when you, as an actor in your day-to-day life or in business life, when you don't understand your role, when you don't perform your role, and when you perform your role badly, it looks like badly acted performance. And that's how horrible and irritating it is. That's one of the common points that I would like to mention it here. So for example, the impact, I conduct theater application-based workshops for effective expression for various corporates, NGOs, educational institutes. One of the things that it struck me very, very distinctly is role. Role clarity of people. हाँ, वो तो sales का आदमी है. Sales is such a huge, huge, huge ocean. What is your role? हाँ sir, मैं sales executive हूँ. But ठीक है, within that, what is it that you would like to? What is it that you should do so that you can go ahead? Everybody can go to the stores and take the orders and fulfill the orders, but that's hygiene. What is it that you should do extra? So one of the ways that I have used theater and applied theater uses theater for corporates is role clarity. There. Character empathy. There is a wonderful tool called Hot Seat. I don't know how many of you would have practiced it or be familiar with it, which we use it in theater, but I have used it for corporates, and it gives a wonderful, wonderful clarity for people, good and bad of it. Actually, people come out shaken when we go through Hot Seat. about what their role is, what they thought their role is, and what actually their role is. Character empathy. When corporates treat people like just another forms of machine, it doesn't work. Is when you have that E word called empathy, right? How can you generate empathy? Doing justice to the role, and most important is going beyond the brief, the X factor. All of us, I mean, people who are in theater and more knowledgeable people can bear me out in case if I overstep. All of us are given a script. There are few lines written against a name called Rajesh, and this is what you're supposed to speak. Can you imagine if I, as Rajesh, enter the stage and just read those lines and just go out? How bad would it be? Unless I have that top to bottom character clarity, role clarity, character empathy, doing justice to the role, and then bringing my own X factor. Exactly that is what is applicable in corporate roles also. You remember the three people that I spoke about? Why does one person go ahead? Because he or she brings in that X factor, because that person has understood the role very well. He or she has the character empathy. He or she is willing to go beyond and not afraid to bring that X factor. You have seen many actors who do something on spur of the moment, right? 70% of it could be my rehearsals, my understanding, etc. But the 30% magic happens here on the stage when I do something. That is exactly the stage of corporate professionals also. When they can do, this theater can enable if the theater is presented to the corporate in a particular manner. Presence and performance. I have seen many corporate leaders, which I wish they had reached a particular stage, could be CEOs, COOs, etc. But simple thing, I wish they could speak better. I wish they could present themselves better, because they are brands and they are representing a brand. So a simple thing about creating perception, managing perception, leveraging the presence, and evoking the desired response. Again, isn't this what theater is all about? Isn't this what I would like to get the audience with me, create a perception so that they can join my world, they can travel that world with me, and I could evoke a desired response from them. Exactly the same in corporate world. Can happen and has happened. Story and telling. I have deliberately put that word "and" here because normally people treat storytelling as a uniform entity. But remember, there are two parts to that. One is story and one is telling. Make sure that both of them are equally strong and both of them deliver well. Theater, again, remember the content, the script that you have in hand, but telling is what you do on the stage. Both of them, you as a theater artist, how better you manage and how better you can perform, that makes for a wonderful storytelling. And again, in corporate, it is all about storytelling. I don't know how many of you would have heard about it, but recently I read, or recently meaning last couple of years back, I read almost every premier education institute in India, whether be it IIT, in fact, I remember reading about IIT Kharagpur, everybody is introducing arts as a faculty. Why do you think that is needed? Because many of these things are rooted in that. So as theater professionals or as practitioners of theater, if we are aware about this, we can be of immense help to the industry. And industry is taking note of this. Industry is taking note of this. And this is one of the bridges that I can present it to you as, since you're talking about confluence, this is the confluence that I can present it to you between theater and professional world. Presentation, body language, improvisation, so many things go wrong on the stage. I'm sure students and the faculty who are in the theater, part of theater faculty, we've all seen. I mean, I have been on stage when the light kind of, it broke. The glass fell here. What should I do? Should I just go back and say, oh God, nothing, I'm very afraid of this glass, I can't do anything about it. Can I do that? That's where improvisation comes into picture. And corporate life, day to day, we experience this improvisation where the script is not written. Only difference between corporate life and theater is, in theater you're given a bound script, and in corporate life you are not given a bound script. You write your own script every moment. Every moment there is a decision to be made, either I do this or do that. Anything that you do, either this or that, you are writing your own script. Remember, you're writing your own script, so you better write a good script where you can perform and you can excel. Right? So, these are some of the things. Again, body language. I've seen horrible, horrible body language from very, very respected corporate professionals. How much more impact can a body language create? I don't need to tell you. Right? And what better place to learn body language than theater? It is all about body language there, no? I can go on, but I do have time as a limit. So even as group activity, theater is a group activity. You're talking about ensemble, common goal, awareness, empathy, respect, calibration. All these are equally true for corporate as well as theater. It is all about how much sensitive I am to that business, that knowledge, and how can I apply that to business. So yeah, I think I would, since there is a time limit which I'm a bit concerned about, similarly on creative thinking, joining dots, going beyond the brief, risk-taking, living the moment. I mean, all of these theater can enable for corporate. So my sincere request to all of you is to think about theater not just as a self-indulgent expression, but also something which can help you bridge the gap with industry, provide a different dimension to Visva-Bharati and its offering in case they decide to, because HR and soft skill is huge area, and that's where this can help. Okay, these are some of the slides. If somebody's keen, I can take them through it separately. Some of the areas I would like you to spend just a minute on this. Some of the areas that one has explored and one has seen creating definite impact, acknowledged from the clients, acknowledged from the business, are these: empowerment, winning mindset, leadership, effective communication, gender sensitivity, change management, fluidity, how do you handle that? Public speaking, customer centricity, team bonding, inclusion, creative thinking, empathy, all these and many, many, many more. Just fill in the boxes, it's up to you. It's your thinking how many more boxes you can fill it up and present a credible case to the industry. Again, I will sum it up by saying everything is rooted in ABC. Attitude, behavior, and communication. For me, theater has been the best place to learn the nuances of ABC, which I have been able to apply to the industry. My sincere hope is if some of you would like to explore this area, I'll be more than happy to collaborate with you, talk to you individually, or even as a corporate entity. And yeah, maybe we can actually create some of those magic moments which we experience on theater for even corporates as well. All right, so thank you so much. That would be my time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Atawale, for your insightful deliberation in this session. Now I started questioning myself whether I am acting on the stage today or I am performing on behalf of Visva-Bharati, or every performance is a part of acting. I would now request our Shibda, Professor R. Shivakumar. Shibda, please.
Friends, I should warn you that I won't be able to match the last two speakers. However, I shall say something about the premier art program that Shantiniketan had. And I mean, as you might expect, talking about visual arts in Shantiniketan, I'm not going to really show you anything. I'm going to really talk. The reason being that in the afternoon session, when you are going to have your heritage walk, you'll be actually encountering the objects about which I shall give you a little introduction, not actually about the objects, but how the visual arts came about in Shantiniketan, what was its background, how did Rabindranath see the role it has to play in Shantiniketan. Now, Kalabhavan, which is the institute that really deals with visual arts, was established, as you know, in 1919. That is 2 years before Visva-Bharati was formally inaugurated. So in some sense, it antedates the other faculties of Visva-Bharati. Now, in the early stages of Visva-Bharati, along with Oriental studies and rural reconstruction, it was one of the core areas of Rabindranath's focus. But Rabindranath's interest in visual arts and rural reconstruction goes a long way back to the turn of the century. He realized while he was working on the Tagore family estates in East Bengal, now Bangladesh, that India's anti-colonial movement cannot become a force for national resurgence without nation building becoming its fulcrum. The school he set up in Shantiniketan in 1901 was his tool for bringing about this change. Its rural location, closeness to several villages, and the use of nature as a book to learn from, he believed will make his students more sensitive to the realities of rural life, and he employed the arts to cultivate and strengthen the emotional bond with nature and rural life. Referring to this in a lecture he gave in China to teachers in China, he later said, "I have always had in mind to create an atmosphere. This I felt was more important than the teaching of the classroom. I invited renowned artists from the city to live at the school, leaving them free to produce their own work, which I allowed the boys and girls to watch if they so felt inclined. It was the same with my work. This helped to create an atmosphere from which they would imbibe something impalpable but life-giving." The establishment of Kalabhavan was its natural progression. Rabindranath did not envision Kalabhavan as another institution imparting training in artistic skills, but as a hub for multi-dimensional creativity and a collaborator in community building and social transformation. The arts, he believed, helped transform familiarity into empathy and create emotional bonding with one's surroundings. And sharing it with others helped create social fraternity. With this in mind, Rabindranath and his associates created festivals that celebrated the seasons, foregrounding the richness of nature's beauty and man's age-old umbilical connection with the planet. His songs, especially those about nature, further helped create a shared emotional connection to the natural world within the community. And that was a way of holding people of diverse backgrounds in the community together, bringing them together. So fraternity was an important aspect of Rabindranath's program, and arts were used to build that social fraternity. Simultaneously, also drew attention to the pressing social issues in his plays. By holding open rehearsals, he made the creative process transparent transformed theater into a means of seeding social awareness and married critical thinking with pleasure. The teachers and students of Kalabon joined him wholeheartedly, just as Rabindranath made the everyday world real and valuable by connecting it with their inner world and animating it with tangible rhythms of the Bengali language. Nandalal and his associates brought the everyday world of Shantiniketan to life in their works. They moved away from reviving the past as other nationalist-minded artists of that time were doing, including Abanindranath and his associates. I mean, Abanindranath, as you know, was both Rabindranath's nephew and Nandalal's teacher, but they moved away, the artists here moved away from that and committed themselves to representing the land and the people around them. They did so by embracing it in its entirety, because artists normally looked at something beautiful. You are looking at parts of the world, taking it away and do that. I mean, showing it to you. But artists in Shantiniketan was embracing the nature of Shantiniketan in its entirety. Nothing is left out. So what they did was they painted it stretching from one horizon to the other on long hand scrolls. And as Binod Bihari did, they did it on the ceiling of a hostel as if it's an encyclopedia of village life in Bengal. They showed her in a summer barrenness, bursting into green succulents in the rains and decked with flaming red and yellow flowers in the spring. Through their works, they sensitized the community to the shapes and patterns of nature, allowing them to feel the rhythm of plants and animals and experience the nuances of space. What Rabindranath did with words, they did with forms and colors, and in the process created what a leading British art critic once called an open-air museum of Indian art. These are now not only national but international art treasures. Going forward, Kalabon artists designed everyday objects such as clothing, carpets, furniture, crockery, and books for children. Using the humble alpana borrowed from rural women, they transformed the familiar and the mundane into enchanted spaces on special occasions, bringing joy and magic into the community's life. These were also core aims that Rabindranath had in mind while building Shantiniketan. When he started the school, he wanted to ensure that it did not repress the child's personality as conventional schools often do, but instead bring freedom and creativity and happiness into learning processes. Similarly, when he embarked on his rural reconstruction program, the first lecture he delivered on his program, he said he wanted to bring joy into rural lives, not merely improve their economic situation. When he established Visva-Bharati in response to the First World War, he envisioned it as a place where people from around the world would come together, understand one another, and learn to live in peace. Outlining its goals, he said that he wanted it to be an institution, I quote, which should be a true center for all different Eastern cultures, concentrating in one spot the varied ideals of art and civilization which has been contributed to the world by various Asian countries. Furthermore, he envisioned Visva-Bharati as a place where the East and the West could meet as equals, exchange ideas, contribute to building a shared world, and here too, Kalabon made a significant contribution to bringing the cultures of the East and the West together and realizing Rabindranath's ideals to a great extent. In conclusion, Kalabon played a pivotal role in the development of art education. In 2019, when Kalabhavan was celebrating its centenary, a piece on modern art education published in the Journal of the Royal Academy of London voted it along with Bauhaus, which was actually founded in 1999 like Kalabon, and Vekutamas, which is the Russian equivalent, which was founded 1 year later. Now, these three institutions were elected as representing an utopian movement in modern art education. So, Kalabhavan has not only been recognized within India as probably contributing or making Shantiniketan the most creative place in, especially in the years in pre-independent India. Of course, it has held on to its reputation even after that. But it has also been recognized internationally as one of the most important experiments in art education. Similarly, the murals and sculptures produced by the artists of Kalabhavan also played a crucial role in Shantiniketan's admission to the UNESCO World Heritage List. Thus, there is much to Kalabhavan that needs and deserves your support. Besides its teaching departments, I'd like to point out to you three areas. The museum, which holds a remarkable collection of Asian art and crafts, almost 17,000 objects. The invaluable murals and sculptures on the campus, which need immediate and continued conservation. And the Binod Bihari Archives, which is a new platform, but one with the potentiality to become a major hub for art research in India. I hope Kalabhavan in general and these three in particular will receive your special attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Shibda, for lighting up areas covered in haze. We hope we would be able to bridge the gap between the creative knowledge, creativity, and sustainability. Now, I would request Professor Shruti Bandyopadhyay. Shruti Di, please.
Namaskar. Standing on the esteemed grounds of Visva-Bharati, the realization of Tagore's visionary ideals, I am deeply honored to speak to you today on the creative convergence of the performing arts and industry with innovation at its core. Tagore's vision of education aligns closely with the concept of systemic education, a term that emerged in educational academic literature and policy reforms for education in the latter half of the 20th century. Systemic education focuses on viewing learning as part of an interconnected system linking schools, society, culture, the environment, and the learner's holistic development. Tagore's vision of education emphasizing harmony between the individual and the world, creativity, experiential learning, and both emotional and intellectual growth. Seen in his establishment of Visva-Bharati, this offers an early and powerful example of a systemic, human-centered approach to learning. Today, through the national education policy, we are attempting to introduce this concept into systematic education from the school to the highest level. While Tagore integrated Polli, Krishi, Vigyan, Sahitya, Darshan, and other disciplines, he emphasized that the importance of the performing arts, visual arts, and crafts not only enhances the quality of daily life, but also is part of a broader ecological system. Coming directly to the performing arts and industry, I would like to say that in today's rapidly evolving global landscape, the intangible heritage embedded in performing arts is no longer confined to the traditional boundaries such as theaters, concert halls, or cultural festivals. They are increasingly intersecting with diverse industries, including technology, tourism, education, media, and business, creating new opportunities for creative growth, economic development, and social impact. The theme, Bridging Performing Arts with Industry, Collaboration, Innovation, and Global Vision, explores how these interactions can be nurtured to ensure a sustainable and vibrant future for both the arts and society, with particular reference to our university. Well, collaboration lies at the heart of this harmony. The performing arts thrive when artists, institutions, and industries work hand in hand to co-create value. For example, in tourism and cultural heritage, collaborations between performing arts organization and the Ministry of Tourism have led to numerous initiatives such as Dekho Apna Desh and Incredible India, where classical and folk performances like Kathak, Odissi, Bharatnatyam, Chhau, and even Baul music are showcased at heritage sites and cultural festivals. Events such as the Khajuraho Dance Festival in Madhya Pradesh, the Konarak Dance Festival in Odisha, Nisha Gandhi Dance Festival in Kerala, among many other festivals, attract both domestic and international tourists, effectively blending cultural preservation with economic growth. Tourists visit during our traditional festivals here, such as Vasantotsav, Barsha Mongol, Bikhoropon, and many others. Here, a tremendous possibility of collaboration exists that can generate revenue for both Visva-Bharati and tourism industry. Additionally, fresh initiatives in music, dance, and theatre festivals can foster meaningful collaboration between Visva-Bharati and the industry. Again, in film and performing arts synergy, if we see, we will find Bollywood and regional cinema frequently partner with classical and folk artists for choreography, music, and storytelling. For example, films like Bahubali, Padmavat, Devdas integrated traditional dance and martial art forms like Kalaripayat, Kathakali, Kathak, giving these styles renewed global exposure. Interestingly, our regional films use a lot of Robindra Sangeet and sometimes Robindra Nritya too. We would appreciate if film directors and producers collaborate with our institute in various aspects of film productions. Apart from performances, hands-on training in filmmaking may provide our students with opportunities for internships and placements. Recently, Visva-Bharati has entered into a MOU with the Satyajit Ray Film and Television Institute. Well, there are possibilities of collaboration through the corporate and public spaces. Indian cities these days are witnessing collaborations between performing arts groups and corporate or urban development bodies like NCPA Mumbai or DLF Cyber Hub, regularly host open-air performances that attract diverse audiences, transforming business districts into vibrant cultural hubs. We here at Visva-Bharati regularly hold performances in natural spaces, a legacy that spans over 100 years. We seek innovative spaces to provide our students with exposure through corporate industry sponsorship. Also, keeping deep roots in our tradition, we are eager to collaborate with innovative presentations that will not only attract the present students to creativity, but also showcase the Indian knowledge system. One possible initiative could involve sponsoring the artists performing during the Heritage Walk held within the area designated by UNESCO as a living heritage site. This walk attracts a diverse range of tourists. In fact, a heritage walk is scheduled for today, offering an opportunity to experience the historic space firsthand. We welcome organizations to use their CSR funds for taking on the responsibilities of preserving, promoting, and disseminating Tagore's performing arts heritage worldwide. This will not only aid the sustainability of this national resource, but also help the community benefit and progress. Examples include the Tata Trusts, Reliance Foundation, and Infosys Foundation, which have funded initiatives such as the Kalakshetra Foundation, SPIC-MACI, and NCPA's cultural outreach programs, providing financial stability and resources to the young artists. We also look for fashion and design industry partnerships. Designers like Ritu Kumar and Shobhashachi Mukherjee have collaborated not only with traditional craft, but also with performance communities, integrating artistic motives and performances into fashion events. These collaborations celebrate heritage while expanding market visibility for artisans and performers. Coming to the educational collaborations, I would say that between universities, corporations, and creative institutions play a crucial role in preparing artists for demands of the modern creative economy. Through workshops, mentorship programs, and internship opportunities, artists can learn how to navigate business models, effectively market their work, and adopt emerging technologies such as digital design tools, AI, and virtual reality. Coming to the AI, naturally the word innovation comes up. And while collaboration lies at the heart of bridging the gap, innovation is the driving force that propels the performing arts into the future. By embracing new technologies and methodologies, artists can push creative boundaries and connect with audiences in unprecedented ways. One inspiring example is an app called Atom, A, capital T, capital A-M, Atom. The word atom is in Tamil, which means movements. And this is patented and is an innovative dance teaching tool that supports cross-style training by focusing on form-neutral and style-neutral dance fundamentals. And this was recently developed by Jayachandran Surendran. I got this news from The Hindu. Well, apart from this, of course, innovations in the digital and streaming collaborations. We have such platforms as Book My Show Live, Paytm Insider, YouTube, and they have partnered with Indian theatre groups and musicians to stream performances online. And we all know that during the pandemic, this was the most effective means of liaison. Innovations in education and skill development can also be searched for, and collaborations between performing arts institutes like Kalakshetra, NCPA, Sangeet Natak Academy, and universities or corporates are creating hybrid programs that integrate arts, entrepreneurship, and digital literacy. Such initiatives equip the next generation of artists to navigate both creative and commercial spheres. As globalization reshapes the cultural landscape, artists and industries must engage in international dialogue to promote diversity, inclusion, and cultural exchange. This has been Tagore's key concept in establishing Visva-Bharati, whose motto says, where the whole world meets in a single nest. In the conclusion, I would like to say, harmonizing performing arts with industry is not about compromising artistic integrity. It is about expanding the possibilities of what art can achieve when it engages meaningfully with the wider world. Through collaboration, the arts gain new resources and audiences. Through innovation, they evolve in form. Through a global vision, they contribute to cultural understanding and sustainable development. Together, these three pillars, collaboration, innovation, and global vision, create a powerful framework for reimagining the performing arts as both a cultural and economic catalyst for the future. Namaskar.
Thank you, Shrutidi, for your insightful deliberation and sharing your perception. Now, I would thank all the speakers for today's session, and this is the time to call upon our co-chair, Mr. Zulfikar Jinnah Ahmed of Amra Shubuj, for his perception on the session on heritage, visual and performing arts. In Shantiniketan, visual arts and performing arts work hand in hand, keeping heritage in mind. Mr. Ahmed, please.
নমস্কার। এটা আমার কাছে খুব গর্বের এবং আনন্দের যে এইরকম একটা আলোচনা সভায় আমি অংশগ্রহণের সুযোগ পেয়েছি এবং যারা আলোচক ছিলেন আপনাদের মতো এই আলোচনা শুনতে শুনতে অনেকগুলো নতুন দিকের উন্মোচন ঘটেছে। আমি আলোচক নই, কিন্তু আলোচনার যে ধারাবাহিকতা পরপর ছিল সেখান থেকে একটি দুটি পয়েন্ট যা আমার চিন্তাকেও খুব প্রভাবিত করেছে সে সম্পর্কে আমি একটি দুটি কথা বলছি। ডক্টর অমৃত সেন যেটা কো ব্র্যান্ডিংয়ের কথা বলেছেন ইন্ডাস্ট্রির সঙ্গে, সেখানে শুধু ওনার বক্তব্যে নয় অন্যান্যদের বক্তব্যেও এটা উঠে এসছে যে ইনটেনজিবল যে এলিমেন্ট প্রপার্টি সেটার সঙ্গে টেনজিবল যে ওয়ার্ল্ড ইন্ডাস্ট্রি তার যে সম্পর্ক, আমার মনে হয় যে এই বিষয়টার যে আলোচনা, আমি জানি না আমাদের ইন্টারেকশনের সেশনে হয়তো এটা গভীরতা পেতে পারে প্রশ্নের দিক দিয়ে, যদি কেউ এই বিষয়ে প্রশ্ন তোলেন। আশিস আটোয়ে যেটা বলেছেন যে থিয়েটারে যে এলিমেন্টগুলো আছে সেই এলিমেন্টগুলোর সঙ্গে ইন্ডাস্ট্রির যে ফাংশনিং, সেখানে সে এলিমেন্টগুলো কিভাবে তার ভায়াবিলিটি রক্ষা করছে এই বিষয়টা তুলে ধরেছেন। এবং আর শিবকুমারের বক্তব্যে আমরা পেয়েছি যে এটা আমার কাছে খুবই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ মনে হয়েছে যে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল যে সিচুয়েশন আর তার সঙ্গে বিশ্বভারতীর যে বিকাশ, কলা ভবন থেকে অন্যান্য ভবনগুলো কোন কোন সময়ে উঠে আসছে, অর্থাৎ সবসময় একটা আন্তর্জাতিক অ্যাক্সিসকে সামনে রেখেই এর গুরুত্বকে বুঝতে হবে। এবং শেষে যে বক্তব্যটি এসছে যে গ্লোবাল ভিশন, অর্থাৎ শুধুমাত্র কালচারাল প্রোগ্রামগুলোকে আমাদের ফেস্টিভ্যালের মধ্যে সীমাবদ্ধ করলে হবে না, এটার সঙ্গে যে কালচারাল ভায়াবিলিটির জন্য সবচেয়ে বড় প্রয়োজন হচ্ছে একটা আন্তর্জাতিক দৃষ্টিভঙ্গি, যে সেখানে কিভাবে আমাদের লোক ঐতিহ্য বলি, ধ্রুপদী ঐতিহ্য বলি, এগুলোকে কাজে লাগানো যায়। তো আমার মনে হয়েছে সমগ্র আলোচনা থেকে যে দুটো অ্যাক্সিস খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ হয়ে ওঠে। একটা হচ্ছে এর হিস্টোরিক্যাল অ্যাক্সিস, একটা হচ্ছে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল অ্যাক্সিস। ভিজুয়াল আর্টকে কিভাবে মার্কেট ভায়াবিলিটি দেওয়া যায় সেই জায়গা থেকে। তো এটার পরিপ্রেক্ষিতেই আমার যেটা মনে হচ্ছিল শুনতে শুনতে, যে এই ইনটেনজিবল প্রপার্টি কখন ইম্পর্টেন্ট হয়ে উঠছে। আমরা তো মার্কেটের কথা বলছি, বিজনেসের কথা বলছি, কিন্তু মার্কেটেরও একটা জীবনচক্র থাকে। এটা কখনো একটা সরল রেখা ধরে সরলরৈখিকভাবে চলে না। মানে ক্যাপিটালিজমের যে উঠছে, তো ওই একটা ইকোনমিক ক্রাইসিস, মার্কেটের ক্রাইসিস থেকে, সেখান থেকে যুদ্ধ, ওয়ারের পর আবার রিকনস্ট্রাকশন, মানে মার্কেটগুলো তৈরি হচ্ছে, রিকনস্ট্রাকশনের পর বুম, মানে মার্কেট খুব ফ্লারিশ করেছে, বুমের পর আবার ক্রাইসিস। তো এইভাবে যদি দেখি তাহলে দেখব প্রথম বিশ্বযুদ্ধ 1914-তে হচ্ছে, তারপর যুদ্ধের পর রিকনস্ট্রাকশনের সময় মার্কেট খুব ভালো, 1929-এ গিয়ে আবার কিন্তু ক্রাইসিস দেখা দিচ্ছে। এটাকে মহামন্দা বলছি, গ্রেট ডিপ্রেশন বলছি। দ্বিতীয় বিশ্বযুদ্ধের ক্ষেত্রেও তাই। দ্বিতীয় বিশ্বযুদ্ধের পর রিকনস্ট্রাকশনের যে পর্যায়টা চলছিল, সেটা যদি দেখি 1945-কে যদি দ্বিতীয় বিশ্বযুদ্ধের শেষ সময় ধরি, তাহলে তার পরবর্তী সময়টা একটা রিকনস্ট্রাকশন বা বুম হচ্ছিল। এইটার ভিত্তিতেই যখন ক্যাপিটালিজম তার ক্রাইসিসকে ওভারকাম করতে চায় তার রিকনস্ট্রাকশনের মধ্য দিয়ে, তখন সে কিছু কিছু মেজার নেয়। তার মধ্যে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ মেজার যেটা নিয়েছিল সেটা হচ্ছে 7-এর দশকে, তা হচ্ছে যখন রেগানের সঙ্গে থেচারের একটা চুক্তি হচ্ছে, যেটা পরবর্তীতে গ্যাট চুক্তি নামে পরিচিত, যেটা প্রথম বক্তার বক্তব্যের মধ্যে এসছে NEP সম্পর্কে একটা আলোচনা, অর্থাৎ নিউ ইকোনমিক পলিসি যেটা আসছে, যার ভিত্তিতে ইনটেনজিবল প্রপার্টিগুলো গুরুত্বপূর্ণ হচ্ছে, যেটাকে আমরা বলছি মুক্ত অর্থনীতি। অর্থাৎ নিজের মেধা যদি থাকে, নিজের যদি সৃজনী শক্তি থাকে, সেটাকেও কিন্তু মার্কেটে ভায়াবিলিটি দেওয়া যায়। সেইটা অদৃশ্য রকমের মতো মনে হতে পারে। যেমন যেগুলো ট্যানজিবল, খুব দৃশ্যমান। আগে একটা ইন্ডাস্ট্রি করতে গেলে একটা কারখানা সেট লাগতো, ইনভেস্ট করছি, তার মেশিন লাগবে, কাঁচামাল লাগবে, এগুলো সব টেনজিবল, বোঝা যায়। কিন্তু আমার মধ্যে একটা মেধা আছে, মেধাকে কিন্তু বাইরে থেকে বোঝা যায় না। আমার মধ্যে নৃত্যের প্রতিভা আছে, অভিনয়ের প্রতিভা আছে, এই যে ইনটেনজিবল যা কিছু। তো অদৃশ্য পুঁজি যেটা ইনভেস্ট করতে চায়, এইটাকেও পেটেন্ট নেওয়া যায়। এই পেটেন্ট শব্দটা তখন এসেছিল ওই মুক্ত অর্থনীতির সঙ্গে সঙ্গে। এটা একটা মার্কেট হতে পারে। এটাকে কেন্দ্র করেই খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ হয়ে গেল ইনটেনজিবল ব্যাপারগুলো, অর্থাৎ বিজ্ঞাপন, ব্র্যান্ডিং, অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট, এখন যে নানা রকম অ্যাপস হয়েছে, এই সমস্ত দিক দিয়ে আজকের দিনে ইনটেনজিবল যা কিছু মানে এর বিস্তার ঘটে গেছে, সেই জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে আমাদের যে প্রজন্ম, সেই প্রজন্মের যে দক্ষতা, তার যে মেধা শক্তি আছে, সৃজনী শক্তি আছে, সেইটাকে সে কীভাবে ব্র্যান্ড করতে পারে বা মার্কেটের সঙ্গে যুক্ত করতে পারে, এটাই মূলত আলোচ্য বিষয়। কিন্তু এটা সম্পর্ক হচ্ছে যে এই মুহূর্তের ক্যাপিটালিজমের ক্রাইসিসের সঙ্গে তার রিলেশন কেমন, তার উপরে। তো আমার এই জায়গা থেকে মনে হয় যে আমি তো থিয়েটার নিয়ে কাজ করি, নাটক নিয়ে কাজ করি। নাটক বিষয়ে যে আলোচনাগুলো এসছে, সে আলোচনা নিশ্চয়ই খুবই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ আলোচনা, কিন্তু আমরা কোনোভাবেই এইটাকে অস্বীকার করতে পারবো না যে পুঁজিবাদ যদি আন্তর্জাতিকভাবে সংকটগ্রস্ত থাকে, সে তার ক্রাইসিসের মধ্যে থাকে, তাহলে কিভাবে তার মার্কেট ভায়াবিলিটি তৈরি করা যায়। অর্থাৎ আলোচনাটাকে আমরা যদি আরেকটু ইনডেপথে নিয়ে যাই, তাহলে আমাদেরকে আলোচনাটা এই জায়গায় আসা আমি ব্যক্তিগতভাবে মনে করি। কারণ আমাদের তো থিয়েটারে প্রচুর কর্মী কাজ করে, তারা যদি সত্যি ভায়াবিলিটি পায়, তাহলে তো একটা বিশাল ব্যাপার ঘটবে। তো আজকের দিনের আন্তর্জাতিক পুঁজির সংকট এবং ইনটেনজিবল এলিমেন্টের মার্কেট ভায়াবিলিটি। এইটার উপরে যদি কখনো কোনো আলোচনা সামনের দিকে সম্প্রসারিত হয়, তাহলে ব্যক্তিগতভাবে আমি খুবই সমৃদ্ধ হব, আমার মনে হয় অনেকেই সমৃদ্ধ হবেন। সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zulfikar Zinna Ahmed. And it was really knowledge-enriching perception that you shared with us. Now, I would request our Honorable Chair, Dr. Devashish Bandyopadhyay, Director, Culture and Cultural Relations, Visva-Bharati.
Namaskar. Good morning to all of you. At the very outset, I want to apologize to you that I am not an aficionado of Rabindranath Tagore, and mostly I would say that I am completely new to this particular institution, although this institution is famous throughout the world, but I had been unfortunate that I had come here too late. But nothing is late for that matter. The kind of conversation and discussion that I heard on the stage today, beginning from Umrit, Professor Shane, and the rest, and at the same time, the conclusion that had been drawn by Zulfikar sir had made my task easier. I am in the process of learning who Gurudev was and the entire institution and its capacity and the kind of greatness that this entire place is. So within this learning process, I would simply try to sum up, which had actually been made easier by Zulfikar, the contents and the conclusions that had been drawn by the others. Now, one very important thing had been pointed out and had been emphasized by almost all the speakers was what is the necessity of this particular event? Why are we actually hosting this event called Industry Academia Meet? Is it only because the National Education Policy of 2020 had made this particular notion an imperative? It is only because of that? And even if it is for that, then why is this an imperative? For that, Professor Bandyopadhyay, Shruti Bandyopadhyay had made it very clear that internationalizing Tagore or popularizing Tagore, or to some extent in a much more drastic and radical word, I would say, commodifying Tagore would not actually mean compromising the nuances and the aesthetic value of his art, which has been rightly pointed out. Unless our attitudes become flexible enough to understand this entire holistic process of industrialization, or better to say, industry academia reciprocity, this reciprocal relationship would not triumph. This is something, a sense of inhibition, a sense of traditionalism requires to be jettisoned, and we require to move out of our grooves to what Tagore is and how to make him more visible around the world. During the time of Tagore himself, he was much more flexible, very liberal-minded person. Even before he won the Nobel Prize, there were people from across the world who had been coming to Brahmastra, to this particular ashram. If he had actually toed the line and promoted this particular idea, why are we looking back at a sense of traditionalism which is more medieval than modern? None can be more modernistic than Tagore. With these particular words, I would simply try to make some particular points about the practice of how this Industry Academia Meet can really flourish within this institution. Beginning from what Professor Sen had pointed out, branding, which I will club together with what Athwale sir had actually pointed out. Athwale sir had made an interesting beginning by referring to the etymology of the word business, referring it back to the Anglo-Saxon word, the Old English word, designis, which means care, anxiety, occupation. If we emphasize on the word, it wouldn't be a very inclusive talk of mine, but I will just refer to some practical points of praxis. If we look upon the second point, anxiety. Now, in every businesses, in every corporate organizations, in every industry, even in every institution, in our walks of life, in our own lives, there is anxiety at every moment. That is why we call stress reduction, stress management. So within the word business, this particular word anxiety works a miracle. Miracle especially when it comes to a place like Visva-Bharati, which is a focus or a maelstrom of art and culture. I'm particularly looking forward to art and culture. How can this particular aspect of anxiety, or for that matter, care and occupational care, can really be ameliorated through, especially industrial and at the same time institutional care and anxiety can be ameliorated through art and culture. A part has already been referred to by Professor Shiv Kumar sir and Professor Shruti Bandyopadhyay as well. We have already heard about art therapy. Now, art therapy can actually be gelled with, can be cemented with the notions of holistic well-being. If we visit, say for example, the Silicon Valley, just to give, because Tagore was an internationalist himself, no one is a better internationalist than Tagore. Within the expanse of a few acres, there are 18 centers of mindfulness. 18 centers of mindfulness in the entire Silicon Valley. What do they practice? They practice an Indian form of yoga called mindfulness, which has simply been exported or had been migrated to the USA. And one of the best psychiatrists of Harvard University, called John Kabat-Zinn, popularizes this particular program. Bereft of its religious connotations, it has been secularized completely. Believe me, John Kabat-Zinn offers mindfulness, which is a Buddhist form of meditation, to his most piquant cases in his case studies. And the clinical aftermath of these particular patients had been considerably extraordinary. Why I'm referring to this? We require to take lessons from this. Don't we have this particular potential over here? And how can industry help us do this? Yesterday, through the entire day, I had been hearing of industries. Some of the industrialists who had been present on the dais had been referring to the different kind of promises that they have in their institutions. Along with that, they had emphasized, most of them emphasized, about the possibility of care and anxiety amelioration, relaxation sessions, and at the same time a sense of holistic well-being, which is also imperative in the institution itself. For example, mindfulness can be cemented with, because I'm referring to mindfulness because if you go to each and every artifact and the halls of fame in, say for example, Shantiniketan Griha. In Shantiniketan Griha or in this particular Chatimtala, the platform itself has a Buddhist nuance about it. If you go to Chinavaban, which you have already gone to, I am completely new to this place, the murals that you actually see, for example, Noti Puja, and for that matter, the Temptations of Mara, these are Buddhist motifs. So Tagore himself was immersed in Buddhist motifs. So we are not deviating from the path of what Tagore's principles were. So we can very much adopt yoga, mindfulness, art therapy, and Tagore's notion of a holistic mix of art, divinity, and nature as a mix in a center called a holistic center. Not only in the campus, but at the same time use it as a beneficial mode for relaxation and promotion of expertise in the industries themselves. Now the question, just before coming on the stage, I had been talking with Shiv Kumar sir, said, can visual art or performing art or heritage really contribute much to the industries? Or should the industries contribute more to the development of these particular disciplines within the campus? So there are science departments, pure science, physical science departments, and engineering departments. One engineering department I know about is the computer science department. They can contribute significantly to them, but that is not true. The NEP also underlines the notion of interdisciplinarity. So this is something where the performing arts department can play a very major role that Professor Bandyopadhyay had already pointed out. We can make modules, small capsules that can be played in these holistic well-being centers, which is a most important thing for every industry. If the Silicon Valley can do this, we can do this. We can contribute this to all the industries. So why should the industries help us if we do not in turn help the industry doing this? Professor Bandyopadhyay also pointed out about film industry, how they can actually collaborate with us. The new studio which is coming up in a major way, thanks to our present Vice Chancellor's efforts, will also contribute not only in creating the small YouTube videos and the other different kind of cultural program repositories within the campus, but it will monitor and at the same time promote another very significant wing of journalism and media studies, that is film studies. Thanks that she had pointed out about our collaboration with SRFTI. So film studies can be an interdisciplinary course as well. Once it becomes an interdisciplinary course, because it is an academia-industry mix, I cannot completely do away with any reference to academia and only speak about industry. Why should the industry? Suppose the industry comes to actually help create some possible products for their particular industry from the physics department, chemistry department, or computer science department. Now, if these particular departments run or have a minor course in film studies, which obviously they will be very likely taking up. Why? Because entire film studies or filmmaking has become an AI-driven exercise now. So there would be more computer science students or physics students taking film studies or filmmaking than other particular departments. So it is a sort of a synergy which will naturally, indirectly help the industry get into the arts and the cultural forms. Let us take up, for example, ideas like the hospitality industry, the tourism industry, because we have a heritage work, how it can be developed with the help of the industries. How can, for example, the hospitals or the healthcare industry, one healthcare industry I had referred to, which is holistic well-being centers in all the industries, or even in small industries as well, which we can actually promote and export from here. There are European hospitals, and even in some of the most developed South Asian hospitals, cancer centers, which are coming up with decoration on the walls, like the murals that we have as simply aesthetic, for aesthetic pleasure within our campus in the different bhavans, in China Bhavan, Hindi Bhavan, even Shantiniketan Griha, the very important and the very valuable murals by Binod Bihari, by Nandalal Bose, by Ramkinkar Bej. These murals can have an excellent market value today in terms not of sellability in the form of its original, but in the form of its replicas, which can be created. Our art students in the campuses can have internship in hospital industries, in cancer centers, in cancer hospitals, where a recuperating patient can actually be put into a particular room, a cabin, whose walls and whose ceilings can be made up of relaxing or particular artifacts, artworks, which will create a sense of sang-froid, a sense of tranquility, a sense of therapy. It has an immense therapeutic value. These particular notions or designs of hospitals are coming up in foreign countries. Even in some of the Indian avant-garde hospital departments, healthcare departments are coming up with this. We can handhold with industries what can be a better institution than Shantiniketan to actually contribute to these artistic phenomena for healthcare other than this institution. We had been speaking about industries, especially who deal with art. In what forms art are dealt with? When Athwale sir was speaking about it is a performance that we make, performance is everything that works in all forms of business, not only business. What I am doing here is a business in a broader sense of term. What you are doing here is a business in a broader sense of term, because the word, he says, comes from designs. Now, say for example, AI-generated designs, or the notion of art that our students in Kala Bhavan or Sangeet Bhavan practice can be translated into an AI-generated design or a replica or a 3D replica. This is an expertise that is a must, or that is required by most of the IT industries, especially in terms of content writing and technical writings. What they generally do is they pick up very good students from humanities and social sciences, from good institutions and colleges, and put them as apprentices for 1 year so that they develop this particular software-based, blockchain-based skills in order that they can finally be absorbed in the marketing department or in the content writing or the technical writing departments of these industries, like say Cognizant, like Accenture, TCS. Now, if these particular organizations handhold with Visva-Bharati, come forward with us, I don't know whether there are any representatives of Cognizant or Accenture or TCS over here, if they come forward in actually creating not only internship, but within the board of studies, their members would be so much so that they will help us frame or design that particular curriculum in the art department for graphic designing, so that the internship they will be doing in Cognizant or Accenture, I'm taking these particular names arbitrarily, which is a reference simply to a broader scope that I am referring to. So that the 1 year lag after they pass out for apprenticeship would simply be done away with, dispensed with. So by the time they get out from art, Kala Bhavan or Sangeet Bhavan for that matter, they're always already prepared for getting a job in the corporate market. 2 things are needed. One is Srijanshilata, your creativity, which the art students have much, much better than we have, lesser mortals like we have. So they are the most proficient and the best suited for this task. The only thing is learning the software and learning the necessities of sellability that these particular organizations, these industries require. If the industries from the 2nd semester or the 3rd semester onwards come within the board of studies and within the curricular design to help create this content or these technical writing devices, we have a ready-made, at least 10% of us, I am not saying that we are wasting our art talents in going to content design. Advertising, Satyajit Ray himself was in advertising. There is no reason that we should downplay these particular acts. Each and every act has its own value in terms of its aesthetic quality and in terms of the aesthetic height that they can actually reach. As a content designer, you can actually make not only profit, but you can show your talent and you can discover your talents as well. So I'm simply referring to some of the thoughts that are coming to my mind at this particular point. So we are having within the art and the humanities and the social science department a ready platform for industry academia synergy. We can have AI hackathons. We can have Tagoriana hackathons in the entire campus. Many of our speakers had been referring to festivals, The festivals, a part of the festivals can take place in the form of hackathons itself. So this immense treasure that we have in the form of contribution to industry and industry's partnership is something that we require to compartmentalize and at the same time specifically think in which particular way each and every department can contribute for that matter. For example, we can also, Sir was speaking about body language, about theater, about performing arts, the small capsules that we can make out of performing arts, the motions that we create. I know of a person in Visva-Bharati University, Shruti Madam also knows about him. He practices, just an example, he practices cementing of yoga with Bharatanatyam. How yogic nuances, yogic motions and practices or body languages can actually be gelled with Bharatanatyam to create an art form itself. This is something that we can actually export in form video capsules or YouTubes to the industries for their consumption. Why should they actually take this? One can be for healthcare systems. The second is for sense of relaxation. The third is promotion of art and culture by different trusts, like the Tata Trust that Madam had spoken of. Birla Art and Culture has a very significant trust. You know Jugal Kishore Birla, who was the brother of Ghanshyam Das Birla, had been instrumental in helping Tagore's China journey, China tour. So in the name of Jugal Kishore Tagore, we can create a chair. In the name of Srinidhi Kumar Chatterjee, we can, I don't know whether these chairs actually are there. In the name of Srinidhi Kumar Chatterjee, we can create a chair. Since the Birla family had been very much involved in these philanthropic activities, we simply require to scout these particular possibilities and get grants from them. When I first joined this on 31st October last, Vice Chancellor Sir called me and said that just have a round of the Ravindra Bhavan and see the kind of dilapidation this particular Bhavan is suffering from. I really went out to see and find out that the garage of Tagore, when you will be having the heritage work, you will see the garage of Tagore is in ruins, apart from the other. This is the most ruined state of condition in which it is. The back of this particular garage is a Kandahar, and it is very dangerous to actually, for the pedestrians to go to these places. There are banks, as of now, I have heard the news that I have gained that the banks are coming forward to sponsor a lot of conservation and preservation activities. Now, there are more works which can be done by the banks. There are banks which are yet to be untapped. Bandhan Bank had come over here. I don't know whether Bandhan Bank is actually helping us. Sorry for the lack of knowledge that I have. It is a simple invitation to them. If each of these banks takes care of one of the gardens and restores this particular ruins, that particular garden would be sponsored, their maintenance would be sponsored by this particular bank for that matter. K-Fintech is another very important philanthropic organization who can pour in money. K-Fintech can pour in money, is a financial organization who can. Who else will they actually give money to if it is not Visva-Bharati, Gurudev's thought child? They can pour money for this particular preservation of these places. As for conservation and preservation of the international standard, one particular exercise that I did with this, there are a lot of things that we can go on saying, but since because of the paucity of time, I have to simply conclude. With this example, I will end. In my former university, where I had been for 1.5 years working as an administrator, it's a small university, as Sir had pointed out, but then it had a huge potential, which is also named after another famous poet, Kazi Nazrul Islam. It is in Asansol. So, two persons, see, it's a university almost of incognito, of almost no status. But what they can do, two of them came to me and said, from the English department came to me and said, "Sir, there is a project advertised by the British Library. Can we apply for that?" I said, "I saw the particular project. It is still running. You can also see this particular project. There are 3 projects. One is a pilot project, one is a major project, and the third is an area project. The area project is of 2 years, and it is funded by the British Library of £150,000, almost 1.5 crores for that matter. So these area projects can be drawn up. They applied for 2 projects. I'm giving concrete examples. 2 projects. One is conservation of the old songs of Qazi Nazrul Islam, which were in long playing records, and most of the records have become defunct. And the other was the memorabilia and the manuscripts that Qazi Nazrul Islam's undiscovered were being kept in Churulia. They did it in a very sincere and an excellent manner. Out of a very competitive run, both these projects were sanctioned. They were pilot projects. The projects are still running, is almost towards the verge of an ending. It's a pilot project of £15,000 each. But I'm just referring to the different resources that we have. So this is also a part or an expanded idea of a notion of how industries can help. The British Library can help in that matter. The different institutions, different places that Tagore had been to, our Honorable Vice Chancellor had already made it a point. A new committee is being made for this idea of globalization and internationalization. It's an extremely important idea at this particular moment. Many of these particular places we do not have any relationship with, perhaps, I don't know, of Visva-Bharati. For example, we were thinking about the Moscow exhibition, which is on the fall. So that particular relationship with Russia, the Dartington Trust that exists in Devonshire in England, and Leonard Elmhurst's own wife, Dorothea Elmhurst, had actually sponsored this particular Elmhurst project of the Sriniketan over here. So that particular center of Dartington can have a Tagore Institute in Dartington in Devonshire for that matter. Brighton is the place where Tagore, at the age of 17, had gone to in England to stay in Medina villas. And there we can actually collaborate. They will come forward. They're simply waiting for us to go there in order to handhold. No one will say no to Gurudev's enterprise. So once we start reviving these particular relationships, what will happen? These relationships will bear fruit. And finally, more and more, not only India-based industries, but corporate multinational industries will come forward to handhold with us. The time, we are running out of time. We can talk in a more cogent, more one-to-one exercises and meetings about the ideas and fertilize our ideas in one-to-one basis or in small groups in the future where we will invite the industries. Let this be the platform through which we had initiated the project. Thanks to our administration, thanks to each and every speaker over here who had simply enlightened me and enlightened you. Thanks to all. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, for sharing your very meaningful observation. And I sincerely thank all the speakers on dais today. And of course, and I should give a thank to you all who are patiently listening to us. And without your presence, it couldn't have been successful. And thank you for being part of this very significant event on heritage, visual arts, and performing arts. And I thank all who are associated with this event in various corners of this university. I thank our reporters, Dr. Dhiman Bhattacharya and Dr. Apurbo Chattopadhyay. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shishirda. A heartfelt thank you to our chair and the co-chair. We also extend our sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers for sharing valuable insights. Our special thanks to the convener for the seamless coordination and to the rapporteurs for their diligent documentation of the proceedings. Your collective efforts have made this event truly meaningful. We shall be starting our next session after 10 minutes, the special session on Industry Academia Student Interaction Meet. May I request all of you to kindly proceed for tea. Thank you and have a good day. May I request all kindly to join us for tea so that we can start our next session in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Check.
We were having a parallel session, as you know, and there was a program mandated by the central government celebrating 150 years of Vande Mataram, and therefore there was a delay in completing the parallel session. Many students were in that session, so we are waiting for the students to come. It will take 5 minutes and then we'll start. I would like to call the House to order for the postprandial session. And there, in this session, it is a very special session. It is titled Special Session, and it is a very special session because this is a session about industry, academia, student interaction. And therefore, a few housekeeping points that I would like to make at the very outset before I hand over the task to my colleague, Dr. Shubhasree Sannal of the Department of Social Work. This is how we are going to, there are many speakers and panelists and discussants in this session. So what we would like to do, what we have decided to do, is first call on stage the panelists, because students are going to be here for the interaction, and they might not have listened to all the deliberations that had gone on for 1.5 days now, and therefore we are going to first request the panelists to speak for 2-3 minutes, briefly, to bring the students on board, and then we would request the discussants to come on stage when the panelists would go back to their seats, and then we can lead the interaction. With these words, I would hand over the mic to my colleague, Dr. Sannal.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our very special session, the Industry Academia Student Interaction Meet. The theme of our session is Tagore's Dream and Today's Reality, Integrating Education, Innovation, Community, and Industry. First of all, I would like to welcome our chair, moderators, and panelists to the dais. I invite Dr. Soumitra Das, Director, Asia Pacific International Zinc Association. Sir, please come on the dais. Next, I invite Dr. K.S. Tyagarajan from the PI Industries to the dais. I invite our very special moderators, Professor Amit Hajra, our director, as well as Mr. Debashish Mukherjee and prestigious alumni of the university to the dais. I now invite our panelist, Professor Amrit Sen from Visva-Bharati, Dr. Ravinder Singh, Head of Product Development from the PI Industries, Dr. Shamapada Banerjee, Sapla Organics, Mr. Arnab Chakraborty from Pradhan, Mr. Dipankar Sengupta from TSIPL, Mr. M.V. Natarajan from the Reliance, Mr. Ashish Athwale, CEO of Compass, and Mr. Kishore Darak from Tata Trust. I request our team to felicitate our guest with our traditional boron. Our first panelist for the day is Dr. Soumitra Das from International Zinc Association. He is a PhD in Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry from the IIRI, a very prestigious institute and a premier institute of the country. He has 30+ experiences in his field and is currently the Director, Asia Pacific of Zinc Nutrient Initiative. I welcome you, sir, for your session. Okay, so just a moment, we'll just finish the felicitations. Thank you so much. Sir, Dr. Soumitra Das, I kindly welcome you to the dais. Thank you so much. I invite the first panelist, Dr. Amrit Sen, to share his thoughts.
Good afternoon to all. This is going to be a very interesting session, as after concluding these 5 technical sessions, and we have heard many eminent personalities, many eminent industrialists who are holding high positions. Now the time has come to interact with them, with our students, faculties, that where we can collaborate, and even for the individual department also. So the panelists, to whom we may not heard or learn many things, they are giving, we are offering them to repeat their ideas for 3 minutes to the audience, and after these 9 panelists, we will start discussions with the discussants. So I think that we should keep in mind our time frame, and we have to finish it before lunch. Thank you. So I invite Professor Amrit Sen to start.
Thank you, Professor Hajra, and thank you for letting me share this, my few ideas with you. Now, when we talk about Tagore's dream and today's reality, what was Tagore's context? In an age of colonialism, when Tagore says that the book of technology was closed to Indians, he sought an anti-colonial education that would not make Indians slaves to the empire or clerks of the empire. He wanted them to be innovators, and he wanted them also to bridge the gap between the Bhadralok and the Chasha, and therefore to bring a degree of equitability between the different segments of Indian society. At the same time, as he pointed out, man's integration with the environment was also one of the dreams of his education. Therefore, in Muktodhara, when there is a song called Namo Jantro, Tagore warned that mechanization should also be integrated with equitability and empathy for the people. So this was his dream in the first stage of globalization. Where are we? We are in the second age of globalization, where the internet has merged distances, where sitting in Shantiniketan we have a lot of opportunities. But ours is a traditional university. So what happens to us? The regular disciplines are changing. They want revision, and we must make our students, who are at this point of time very vulnerable and confused. So it is here that I think this dream of Tagore to integrate the university and the community and the industry. Remember, he was the one who went to Tata and Birla and brought money for Visva-Bharati. He built a brand for Visva-Bharati. Therefore, what can we offer? We have to realize. So it's important for us, faculty and students, to realize what the industry wants, to change ourselves. At the same time, what can we learn from Tagore? We can learn to be resilient, tolerant, equitable, and sensitive to the environment. Because if the environment does not stay and we just destroy it, then it does not matter whether the university stays or the industry stays. So it is in this way where ethics, education, and industry unite, and we learn from each other. A proposal was given that the industry would be part of the curriculum. We request the industries, tell us what you want, so that we can also shape our students so that they can be future ready. It is with these words that I think Tagore's dream and today's reality can be bridged. Thank you very much.
I I invite Dr. Rabinder Singh, Head of Product PI Industries. Sir, you can speak from your seat only. We have facilitated the mic. So you can speak from there and address our student in the audience.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And we must appreciate the efforts of Worthy Vice Chancellor and the esteemed faculty of this prestigious institute. And I'm glad to be part of these panel discussions and want to contribute in the best possible manner. So here, I think the most important piece is that industry, I representing industry can play a very critical role. Because educators, you can develop well-skilled professional. Industry bring the innovation with the help of those professionals. And the community is very much critical, because any innovations which is not being adopted by the community is of no use for our society. So this is a confluence, not exactly of two rivers. Actually, yesterday, one of the esteemed speaker, he mentioned that it's a confluence of two rivers. Here I would say it's a confluence of all these four important parameters. So where industry can play a very critical role, educators can play a very critical role, community engagement is very much important. And definitely the faculty and the other stakeholders are very critical to integrate the dreams of the Tagore's real development. So on behalf of industry, on behalf of PI, we look forward to work with this institute, and we are 100% dedicated to support the community which are being, you can served by this in this area of India. So with that note, thank you so much once again, and looking forward to have interaction. Glad to answer some of the questions by the students if they have anything in their mind in terms of their career aspirations, how they can take part in the development of industry, how they can take part in the development of the community. Because see, in agri industry, the best part is that the people, the students, the faculties, they are having a very good sociological understanding about the communities. That is not in the other industry. We are fortunate, at least because there are some connects. The only thing is that we need to move one step ahead to realize the dream of Gurudev ji. So with this, thanks so much once again. Look forward to participate in the interaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Dr. Shamapada Banerjee from Sapla Organics to address our students.
Thank you for inviting me. And I think it is very nice and very good initiative. And I think in Bengal, I think this is happening maybe first time. I don't know, maybe in other university started or not. But to my knowledge, in other research institute like NIT and IIT, they already started, and they have already their industry cell or incubation center and technology development center already there. So this I feel is very good initiative. And I am from one like special type of industry, even though it is CRO and CDMO, but we are working on like special disease, like genetic disease in nucleic acid field. And now you will know in next few years, all the small molecule, this will be slowly replaced by genetic editing, gene editing and other tools. And now I think you already seen, for blood pressure, you don't need to take medicine every day now. One medicine already came, inclisiran, that Mankind Pharma already marketing. So like this, what one of our panelists from my university is telling, diabetes type 1, type 2, type 1.5, all will be treated by one single like drug. So my suggestion from my side, from my industry, that for student, I think they have ample opportunity. They need to hit right time and right place. For MSc, for any science field, and for PhD, there is no issue. I think they will be absorbed from India, for any institute or any company. And recently, you know, like due to geopolitical change, so this is not supposed to I tell, but you know, China plus one strategy people started. So India will have huge opportunity in industry for pharma as well as like electronics or any manufacturing in another place. So I will request maybe from department, faculty to move into the right direction to absorb that opportunity. So okay, like you build incubation center and of course Technology Development Center, and then invite industry. No need invite it, they will come their own if you have that facility. So with this I'll stop now, and if you have any question from student or faculty, I will be happy to address that.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Anup Chakraborty from Pradhan to address our students.
Yeah, first let me borrow a leaf from him. He talked about environment. Now, just a few years back, Niti Aayog has published a report that 21 cities will run out of water and 600 million of Indians will have water stress. So, even though Tagore talked about his love for nature, education in the lap of nature, and a very intense connection with Mother Earth, but probably as a reality, the consumerism is so much that probably we need 2 planets to fulfill our requirement. So that's a point of concern. One need to hear to the cry of nature. It needs rejuvenation, reclamation, and care. Secondly, I would talk about, it was not there, but I think I should bring it, Rabindranath's philosophy about women. He always thought about independent women with having social maturity, intellectual maturity, and emotional maturity. And he has portrayed this in Chokher Bali or even Shesher Kavita, even in Goda. And he always believed that unless and until women take part in all spheres of life, civilization won't progress. But today's reality, you all know, so much of discrimination and against women. So again, this is another challenge. Lastly, I would talk about society, community in general. He always believed that social divisions based on caste, class, creed, these are all huge impediments towards human progress. He strongly believed in human beings' ability to transcend these narrow boundaries through creativity, through empathy, and through creative work. The motto of Visva-Bharati itself, as many of my predecessors have already shared, that the whole world would build its home in a single nest. He used to think about universal fraternity. Nowadays, and Visva-Bharati, even now, I believe, is an example which stand high, very tall in its culture of embracing people all over the world. But today's reality, if you look at the globe, so much of conflicts, wars in Middle East, in Ukraine. So even today, I believe that Rabindranath's philosophy, dreams, would always act as a moral compass. And even today, it would guide us, it would guide the entire world what humanity should strive to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Mr. Dipankar Sengupta from TSIPL to share his thoughts.
Basically, this is a very thought-provoking kind of topic because it encompasses your industry, community, research, and then there is innovation, and in relation to, in the context of Rabindranath Kaviguru's thought. Now, I would like to highlight 2 or 3, important ideas. I mean, it was priority of Gurudev also. So one idea was around the critical thinking. See, always encourage the critical thinking from the students, from the fraternity. And this is so important in today's world, which is very complex. And then, with critical thinking also comes innovation. So actually, I have not deliberately touched upon that innovation part in that topic, because once you start thinking critically, you will have multiple perspective, and then you also start doing the innovation. So this is something which is very important, that because the the academic world is also changing, the requirement of the industry is also changing very fast. So in that context, it's very important that beyond your coursework, you should concentrate on the critical thinking, solving some live problems, getting engaged in some documenting case studies or something like that, which is of interest to you. So this is one. The second aspect was the yesterday there was some deliberation around marketing of your sustainable products. Now green products, and from my past experience, what I have observed is that green product and conventional product is a little bit different in terms of how you position it. Now, in a typical kind of FMCG products, like dealing with soaps, or dealing with toothpaste and all, so we there is a fixed kind of framework. So you go with segmentation, targeting, positioning, something like that. But when it comes to your green product, and this is something which is also validated in the sustainable literature also, if you also go through the papers and all. So one is that there is a big gap between the your intention and behavior. So you have the cognitive element, like you have intention and all, you want to purchase, but you are not purchasing. So there can be multiple reasons. I mean, it can be like, it could be like, in terms of premium pricing. It could be in terms of, availability of the right kind of product. It could be in terms of like, trust issues. I mean, you want some certification or some credibility. So this is something, I mean, because this is also a priority area for Visva-Bharati also, because they are coming with various green and sustainable products. So we need to also do some sort of, need assessment and scoping study before we get into the marketing. See, marketing is the output, but before that, the process is very important. So this is something which, I mean, between the industry and, the academics, they can come together and kind of, devise some sort of strategy to around that. And also, we should not miss that point that, there are so many departments. I mean, Visva-Bharati is one of the most diversified departments. Now, you have crafts, you have language lab, you have like, some lab related to design and all. So, I mean, why don't we apply those thoughts? I mean, why don't we engage those departments? Because in marketing, these days for marketing sustainable products, lots of storytelling is involved, lots of linguistic is involved. So there we can involve the, the language lab, the storytelling kind of, the design thinking. So crafts and there is a department. So design thinking is very important, because you start ideating and then you go through many iterations before you come out with the final product. So this is something which we can kind of, always explore between the industry and your academics. The other thing was which is also like, one of the ideas of Gurudev was like, community-centered approach, or, how we make it, the entire approach bottom up. So there also, I mean, there is lots of scope, because, our alumni is, placed in different kind of, sectors, right from the CSOs to industry to research, then marketing and then strategy. So that way, I mean, we can come together and devise, strategy for the students. And it should be on your live projects or some internship, because these are like transactionals, relatively short term. But then it should like, go at a long-term level where you have like regular engagement to kind of, take it forward. With that thought, I would end here in the interest of time. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I invite Mr. M.V. Natarajan from the Reliance to kindly share his thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. The piece that, earlier and now that I'm articulating is really in terms of the products and services that Visva-Bharati is thinking of, right now and into the future. How do you really, commercialize that? And what are the steps that you need, right? So it just is important to kind of have a process around it. The idea might be great, but if you, if you're not systematic about it, then the idea remains in the lab, right? It's a well-known statement, a great strategy, but poor execution means nothing. Yeah, the strategy does not come to life, right? And thanks for inviting me, and with all the learnings and at least with all the mistakes that I did, I think I could, the attempt is to, talk to all of you in terms of what are the steps, what are the watch-outs, what are the pitfalls, etc. Right? At the end of the day, now, whether it's a product or a service, there are three parameters that are absolutely critical, right? One is a scale or relative scale, right? Number two is how profitable it is. And it's important, yeah, because if you have to sustain, if you really need to grow, the idea or the venture that you're talking about needs to be profitable. And the third piece of it is sustainable. And when I use the word sustainable, what I mean is not from necessarily from a nature or a climate point of view, but you're able to do it day in and day out across markets, right? So simple steps, a couple of steps. In the interest of time, I will leave it, and then possibly if questions are there, I'll answer them. So it's really about understanding the consumer. I think that's the starting point. Now, whether it's an organic vegetable, whether it's a fertilizer, all the ideas that Visva-Bharati University is talking about, or for that matter, literature, or for that matter, consultancy services, etc., you need to understand what the consumer really wants. Yeah. Second piece of it is really in terms of, are you able to deliver value? Yeah, because it just is important. All of us are consumers, obviously, yeah, whether it's products or services. We always look for the value that is rendered. So, the steps that you take, yeah, how do you really build a brand? Yeah, because a lot of, what it was, and when I was kind of preparing myself, for this 2 days, the information that I got to know, was seriously exciting. Yeah, the possibilities I'm talking about, right? Very exciting. And in a way, I envy all you students, right? The possibilities are immense out there. Yeah, how do you really learn from that? How do you kind of learn from the industry in terms of the practicalities? Is something that I urge all of you to think. So whether it's the brand building, whether it's route to market, how do I really make myself, available, right? These are all important steps, yeah? And how do I leverage technology? Technology is a given, right? All of us know that, yeah? And today, the world has moved so different, right? All the, AI-enabled tools, it's all open source code, right? It's not something that only I control. I give it to you, and why are they doing it? I'm doing all the hard work, and I'm giving you all the codes for free. Is that charity? The answer is no. They're planning to develop a network, yeah? And the last point that I would make here is, while there are various steps, right, you need not do it all yourself. That's an important piece. Yeah, I have certain expertise. When I say I mean, not as an individual. Yeah, say the university has a certain amount of expertise. There are industry bodies, independent institutions who've got an expertise, right? At the end of the day, if there is the convergence across all the various stakeholders, I think that's a fantastic way to really get your idea to life. And what it also does is, enhances the speed. In fact, more than speed, I like or tend to use the word velocity. Yeah. So speed in the right direction is velocity, right? So that just is important. So you need not do it all by yourself. Let there be a convergence of the best skill sets, best ideas, and use that to accelerate. I think the possibilities are immense, but just as important to understand the basics, focus on the processes, and I think there is then no stopping the university from really, getting out there. And also it's important to understand aspects of advertising, communication, etc. Because these are all important elements. How do you really communicate, right? So simplistically, a consumer tries a product, repeats a product, and then they eventually become advocates. So that's really the entire piece that I was talking about. Like I said, it's an ocean in itself, but more than happy to address questions, interact with you folks now or even later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I invite Mr. Ashok Athwale, CEO of Compass, to address our students, sir.
Thank you. So I deal with two spheres. One is brand strategy consulting, and another is a professional actor. People who were there in the audience earlier have heard me about professional actor part, which I mentioned about. So let me talk about brand part per se, and it was delightful that I heard brand quite a few times from Dr. Amrit Sen when he was talking about brand Visva-Bharati and how do we go about building it. The content is all there, but a bit of a plain speak here. What I heard in the sessions yesterday and maybe some of it today was more about what is it that I have, or rather who am I, which are few critical questions in branding exercise when we ask. But what I did not hear and what I would love to hear is what is in it for you, because the business is looking for what do I get benefited if I associate with you. Just a mere static branding or co-branding will not help, because there are, and I'm sorry to say this in this August audience, there are multiple other opportunities for business to put their money in. Unless you give a compelling reason as to why me only, and that is where the value proposition, like Natarajan said, there is a value and a value proposition. How do I craft that value proposition which makes brand Visva-Bharati the most compelling brand that I would die to associate with? You have to reach that level as a brand. You can't just like exist as a brand saying that, yes, I'm a brand. Yes, Visva-Bharati is a big brand, but with the changing world, it is important that we package it and present it such that it retains its core values and makes it compelling for brands to come to you, which I'm sure this confluence today is just the first step, and as we go further, we will march on that part. So one is the value proposition part. Who am I and what can I do better? Important word is better. What can I do better for you? So that's one part. And second, again, as Natarajan pointed out, the second part, which is where my professional acting part comes into picture, is how do I communicate? I have a value proposition, but if I don't communicate it properly, it will remain the best kept secret. And that is where, in the earlier session, Dr. Amrit Sen spoke about multiple touch points that Visva-Bharati has. How can I make it compelling? How can I craft it? And this is where I would like to bring in two specific concepts before I close. One is about POV. I mean, all of us are familiar with POV, but I'm not talking about point of view. Every brand should have a point of view, which is given, but the bigger POV that one should have is point of perseverance. Am I persevering enough to consist, to be at my point? I want to promote my point of view. This is what my point of view. So one is that point of view, right? And second is the 4 C's: clarity, conviction, and connectivity. Can I communicate my point of view with clarity, conviction, right? I mean, unless I have my brand basics in place, I won't be able to do this 4 C's point. So just to sum up, I need to have a compelling, differentiated branding point of view as a brand Visva-Bharati, and then I should be able to identify my target segment and communicate with them persistence of vision, POV, that I was talking about. I should be able to persist, my persistence of vision, communicated through 4 C's that I spoke about: clarity, conviction, communication, and connectivity. That's where I land. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Mr. Kishore Darak from the Tata Trust to share his thoughts.
I would really like to thank the organizers. Being here is really a privilege, I feel. Being at Visva-Bharati and the confluence with the portrait of Gurudev Thakur kind of giving us. So Tagore on education is what I'm trying to look at. I myself come from the field of education. I work with the Tata Trusts in education. Trusts work in multiple sectors, including health, rural development, livelihood, water and sanitation, art, craft, and culture. These are multiple areas in which Tata Trust works, and for the younger students here, Trust is not the Tata CSR. Tata companies have different CSR, and Tata Trust is completely a different entity. And I will not go into the details of what Trust is. Yesterday also one of my colleagues spoke about the trusts. The panel which is right now discussing about Tagore's vision, innovation, education, students, community. So I think some of the points that we draw on what Tagore gave to the world, in case of education, Tagore spoke unequivocally about creativity. Critical thinking has been already talked about. Freedom was another important point that Tagore always foregrounded, that education without freedom is no more education for him. So in that sense, if I look at it and how do I bring in innovation in what Tagore is telling us, innovation can be seen at multiple levels and multiple ways, depending on from which lens you're looking at. Innovation, for example, the online marketing and getting everything at your doorstep is an innovation, but it could also contradict with what Tagore is saying if you look at the environmental cost of that. So there are multiple things. They're very complex things, I feel, that if I'm innovating something, am I innovating for my bottom line? If I'm innovating something, am I innovating for the betterment of the community? If I'm innovating, if I'm trying to address a very, very local problem and then trying to scale it up. So there are multiple ways in which innovation can be looked at. And if we look at what Tagore is telling us, whether he is explicitly talking about innovation or not, whether he is explicitly talking about something which is relevant today, which was not a part of his time, the kind of technology that we use, obviously Tagore is not talking of that kind of technology. But Tagore is giving us a way, a framework, I feel, which we can perhaps bring in, which we can invoke, particularly in a time when the entire world is grappling with some of the large-scale issues, one being sustainability. And sustainability, one meaning, of course, has been spoken about by colleagues here. The other meaning of sustainability is also from the point of view of the environment. And that is where the community part also comes in. The trust, as a part of the trust's work, we work very closely with communities, particularly rural communities from the aspirational districts and aspirational blocks. And what we realize is there is enormous amount of experience, knowledge, and skill in the community. So when you talk about working with the community, we also need to think about it is going to be a two-way process. It will never be a one-way process. Typically, if I have if I think of a rural community and me being an urban educated elite or an university student, then it is always like a one-way traffic. And for students particularly, I would say that when we talk of communities, let us also believe in the wisdom of the community. Let us also believe in the power of the community. Let us also believe in the cultural conscience of the community. Because cultural resilience and cultural sensitivity is another message that Tagore clearly gives in the context of education. So I feel, on one hand, Tagore's message as a framework. On the other hand, the modern diverse unioning, the way we are brought here together. Even this panel is quite diverse, I feel. Some people are from industry, some are from the academia, someone like me whose organization always invokes an industry but is not necessarily from industry. So this is the kind of diversity that we have on the panel. Pradhan is also being represented here, and the kind of work Pradhan does, I don't have to perhaps tell this to this audience. So the kind of diversity that we have brought in, if these hands are joining together in a more focused and in a modern manner, but the framework that is being provided by thinkers like Tagore, that I feel is the way forward. Whether we are branding Visva-Bharati or whether we are branding some very small section within Visva-Bharati or anything, but we will also have to be alert about the kind of thought and the framework the founder of this university has given. I would again like to thank the organizers and express my privilege to be here with this eminent panelist. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Darak. And now I request Professor Hajra to moderate further the session.
Thank you. Thank you all the panelists to keep the time in the sense. We have started at 12:17 and we have finished it up by 12:50. So average 4.12 minutes our panelists took each, and I thanks for that. Now it's time to summarize, brief the session by co-chair and chair. I would request them to come over here. Yeah, please. Come over here to brief the panelists' ideas, and I just want to mention one eminent speaker's version, Ashok Mukherjee. He already called spade a spade. So this is the time for our faculties and students to call spade a spade, where I can connect, direct him, and connect him. But this is not the end, this is the beginning. For Mr. Mukherjee, I want to say that after this confluence, we will do a lot of work to connect you, everybody, for the benefit of Visva-Bharati as well as for the industry. So this is the beginning. Thank you.
First of all, thank you to all the panelists, very experienced and very elucidated points, which essentially means that there are a lot of scope to improve and a lot of things to do. But at the same time, we need to remember that old is gold. The roots which we are needs to be maintained. We need to fit ourselves into a framework where there is a blend of creativity, sensitivity, environmental understandings, ESG goals that we call for, and see how best we can look out of the window and leap to the future. Disruptions are going to happen, as everybody knows, and changes are going to be there. It's one constant that we'll always be facing. And today, it is not only Visva-Bharati, but many private universities. I've been working with Sanskrit University in Mathura, Vignan University in Guntur, and they are big universities where the students have the same very question, what next? While Shanti Niketan is embedded more with a sort of a heritage, mystery, what is exactly happening inside, many don't know. So it's high time that we look out of the window and see and come out to the world that there is a big, big opportunity, yes, with inclusivity, with a lot of young ladies and gents doing very good work. There is the role of women, empowering them. Secondly, as the panelist also said, bringing in innovations that are already happening, but what best you can do within this in your fields of domains of expertise, which are both affordable and adaptable, should be seen so that there are opportunities. In fact, with the farming community in agriculture where we specialize in, the biggest concern for the farmers are the migration of the young students, their children. They are not interested in agriculture.
As per the CI report, 2 crore young children of the farming communities want to move out to the cities because they feel agriculture is still not a right position for them to be in. And so now the biggest issue for the industry in agriculture is how to bring in technology to keep these young students, in the villages, do agriculture rather than selling off the land or just giving it on lease. So everywhere these changes are happening. So far, even in an institution like this, which has a blend of different cultures and different specializations, we need to see what is best for you that should come in, because there are many things outside. When artificial intelligence came into the American universities, they thought, oh God, jobs will be lost. What the Americans did for the universities was to bring in the outside experiences into the classrooms. So AI was a part of a syllabus which brought in outside experiences to the otherwise into the classrooms where you only go by a syllabus. If you go down to your Google and just see, Indus School in Bangalore has already brought in robots which teach physics, chemistry, mathematics along with the teachers. When the teachers are on leave, the robots take over the classes, ask questions. You could see it in Google itself, the robots teaching the students. So there has to be this blend between tradition and modernization, and this is where I think Visva-Bharati should seriously see. And for this, there are many experts in the industry. We have so many of them, very good companies around here, including PI Industries. We could support you all in seeing how this blend or transfer of knowledge, technology in the limited form for you to get exposed. Because the whole world is today, as they say in Hindi, jo dikta hai, wo bikta hai. So if you want to really get out to the world, you should be in a simplistic form, putting your best foot forward. And that is where I feel that we should have a combination of traditional plus modernization. And outside in the world, there is a huge competition that is going on, as all the panelists said. So we need to have those foundations, which are steps, small steps, but that can lead us to the future in a very big way. The panelists were very clear that we should have Gurudev's views, visions, blended with modernization views that are happening in your fields of specialization. And there are very specific sectors in this country, ministries also, as well as private industries and many foundations and trusts also, which can play an important role in blending and taking you all forward. And we are here to help you all. Without taking much time, I would only like to say that, in these 1.5 days, I've been so impressed with the talent that is there, including the evening, the music and the dance recital. I think it's high time Visva-Bharati takes the leap forward, because there is a huge world with opportunities waiting outside. Thank you very much.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university, my fellow co-chair, moderator, panelists, discussants, participants, my industry colleagues and friends, faculty, research scholars and students. At the outset, I would like to thank this university and especially the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P.K. Ghosh, for giving me this opportunity. And it is my honor and privilege to be here and participate in this unique event, the first Industry Academia Meet, and chair this very important session, special session, panel discussion, and interaction with the students. Incidentally, as Dr. Ghosh is here in front of us, in fact, we both are batchmates, I would say, and since then, we are long-time friend for last 40 years, if I'm not wrong. So it's glad to unite with him and present in this very, very special and very prestigious and spiritual campus. The theme of today's special session, Tagore's Dream and Today's Reality, integrating student education, innovation, community and industry is very apt and suits today's situation and reality. I find all the panelists have presented their viewpoints very candidly, and the interactions
of course, we'll now look forward with the students. Will be very much important, and it will add value to this special session. And I thank especially to the co-chair for very nicely summarizing the viewpoints that panelists have put in front in all of us. But however, I would like to highlight some of the excerpts from Gurudev's own publications as well as literature. In fact, Gurudev's dream is very much aligned to today's reality, and just wanted to highlight few just to in support in align with this special session. He in fact dreamed of an education that went far beyond the walls of the classroom. He envisioned in fact learning that was not confined to the textbooks of examinations, but one that touched the heart, inspired the minds, and nurtured the soul. For Tagore, education was a means to awaken the human spirit, to cultivate curiosity, creativity, and compassion. At Visva-Bharati, as we know, he is about peace. He sought to create a living institution where students learn in harmony with nature, where arts and science worked hand in hand, and where knowledge and found expression through culture, community, and service. Today, as we stand in the age shaped by the technology, overwhelmed by the technologies, as we have heard in the last 2 days about the digital intervention, the application of AI and whatnot, innovation and global change, Tagore's vision feels more relevant than ever. And it is a guiding force for all of us to follow the Tagore's dream. The challenges before us of sustainability that we also heard, inclusivity and meaningful progress, demand that education evolve once again. We must build bridges between education and enterprise, between innovation and social responsibility, between knowledge and real-life application. In fact, it is a confluence of academia, industry, and of course, researchers and students as well. When academia, industry, and community come together, learning becomes very dynamic, rooted in experience, inspired by creativity, and guided by purpose. Revisiting Tagore's dream is the need of the hour, and it reminds us that education is not merely a pathway to employment only, but a journey towards self-realization and enlightenment. It is about empowering individuals to think independently, to act responsibly, and to contribute meaningfully to the society. And as we strive to integrate education, innovation, community, and the industry, let us remember that we are, in essence, bringing Tagore's dream closer to the reality. What is the actual theme of today's special session? Creating an education that not only builds skills, but also builds character, not only drives progress, but also nurtures peace and tranquility. So with this, I will end here, and I hope that at the end, I would like to also speak few more minutes about ourselves, the organization which I represent, and what we can offer to this university, to the students, to the researchers. I think without which, I think I will be failing to do my duties, and it will be incomplete. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of the first round of panel discussions. I thank all the panelists out here. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. I would like to now invite the second round of panelists to the stage. At the very onset, I would like to invite respected Dr. D.S. Pandey, Dean BHU, to join us as our lead panelist. Next, I invite Dr. Manoj Mukhopadhyay from WBCIL to join us on the dais. I invite Ms. Ipshita Chakraborty, TCG Life Sciences, on the dais. I invite Dr. Tonusham Chattopadhyay from the Adani Group to join us. Dr. Tapan Bhumik from the Accenture India. Mr. Shubhadeep Chattoraj from Bamal Lorry. Ms. Kritika Simlai from the HDFC. Mr. Bodhayan Mukherjee from the Price Waterhouse Coopers to join us on the dais, along with our chairs and moderators, and I hand it over to the moderator to take over the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are going to start the next session. This is purely one introduction session with students, faculties, researchers, staff of Visva-Bharati, and also industrialists. The previous panelists who were here also are there, and they are open to respond. It is not that their task is over. So they are ready to answer any question directed to them. But we have missed Dr. D.S. Pandey, Dean BHU. So we just quickly request him to speak before this audience for 3 minutes and to give his ideas. Thank you. Before that, we will get this privilege to have with us Dr. D.S. Pandey, Dean BHU, and we facilitate him with our traditional Baron.
I would like to make a clarification that I am not Dean of Banaras University. Rather, I am serving as a professor in charge of sponsored research and industrial consultancy cell, along with implementing programs of institutions of eminence of Banaras University.
So you have already declared that what you were.
Thank you so much. I invite Professor Pandey to share his thoughts. So you can sit and relax and share. Or you can come on the front. Yes.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Ghosh for inviting Vice Chancellor of Banaras University. Due to some reasons, he could not make it personally, but he asked me to participate in this program. I don't know why Professor Ghosh invited Vice Chancellor BHU, but I could feel that it is intricate relationship between Visva-Bharati and Banaras University. You might be knowing about trio of R's, Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, Sir C.V. Raman, and Sir P.C. Ray. During foundation laying ceremony of Banaras University, they were present. They addressed the gatherings and spent whole week during that time. And Mahamanaji used to visit this campus regularly to discuss about how they are going to build the nation by instituting universities like Visva-Bharati. So I'm very happy to be part of this program. And in this wonderful campus brought up by none other than Kavindra Rabindranath Tagore ji. As far as this program is concerned, it is mainly Conclave 2025, First Industry Academia Week. As far as this type of collaboration, relationship is concerned, there are 3 points that basically First one is actually conducive environment. Second one is mutual understanding or confidence between one another. And third one is timely completion of the project. So as far as first point is concerned, by bringing out people from industrial houses and CSR community, the organizers of this program has basically conveyed a message that we are inching closer towards each other, and for discussions about what type of programs can be formulated for this wonderful university can be done. I remember one instance. I was visiting AIST Osaka as a JSPS short-term researcher. Most often I used to see officials from JR, and I could not sustain myself. I simply asked my professor, my collaborator, not why they are coming so often to this campus. It is basically a research institution. I was told that on every weekend, these officials used to discuss the problems with the scientists who are handling the project. The basic aim is what they can offer for us, the academicians, the scientists, and what is our requirement. If this type of understanding is there, then basically the program will be successful. So mutual understanding, if we are basically coming to this campus, discussing with the people, then only it will go well. As far as the third point is concerned, it is very important. If some project is given and it is not completed within a stipulated time, it will certainly lead to cost enhancements and many complications. Another point that we have to remember is about what type of project we are going to deal with. It can be expertise intensive. It can be infrastructure intensive, or it can be creativity intensive. So during different sessions, yesterday and even this forenoon, learned speakers from this very university has clearly pointed out that they have got expertise intensive probabilities, infrastructure intensive possibilities, and also creativity intensive possibilities. If you go outside, just outside this hall, you can see beautiful sculpture. I'm pretty sure that has been brought up by young, intelligent, bright students of this university. In the evening, we have enjoyed this program, and there was a combination of vocal, instrumental, dance, and of course, other parts of this thing. So they have got, basically, if you have a look about its very beginning, you have got many equipments which can be utilized by nearby industries and industrial people for their development work. You have got experts in this campus who can solve your problems. This interaction is for, this basically, collaboration is for mutual benefit of both the industries and universities. And there are people who can basically deal your problem, can solve your problem. You can utilize the equipment from this very university. And of course, infrastructure. In one of the presentations, learned speaker has shown that there are water bodies, barren lands, agricultural lands, which can be used for testing, many testing for related to agri industries. It can be for testing for pesticides, insecticides, weedicides, and so on, for exactly evaluating the soil strength. That can also be done with that. And already it has been pointed out that there are many structures, many obviously architectures in the campus which needs renovation, and your partnership. So if you extend your hands, this university can basically, this infrastructure intensive part can be taken care of. As far as creativity is concerned, you have got, this university has got very brilliant students and faculty members in their departments of performing arts, fine arts, visual arts, and other disciplines. So their expertise, their exposure can be brought to the national and international level with your kind help and support. So I understand that basically this meeting is not only for 1 or 2 days. It is a sequential meeting. What they were supposed to offer, the university has already offered it. Now it is your duty to come to this.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. We will get more
in hands in strengthening the university in one or other way. Thank you all.
Thank you. We will get more insights from you while student introduction.
Thank you, sir, so much. Right now, I open the house for student discussion. Students can ask their questions. There are microphones provided across the hall. You can raise your hand one by one, and we will ask you to ask the questions, and Professor Hajra will be moderating this entire session.
Yeah, please give your introduction, one-liner, and then ask your pinpointed question. Don't elaborate your question because the panelists are there. They can understand your question. So any faculty, any student, they can start with this.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'm very grateful that I got a chance to listen to all this. I have a lot of things going through my mind because this is one reality check that we don't really get when we are involved in our studies, we are doing our practice, but actually facing the world that is to come. So my question is, I've heard in the previous session, people talk about innovation. Innovation comes from AI, and in this panel, you've told us that innovation comes from critical thinking. So where does the industry, the merging or the transaction between academia, the future students, and the industries, where does ethics come into play, and how do you translate that? That's my question.
Thank you. I invite any of, yeah, thank you. Please.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very good question. Your question is, does innovation come from AI? Am I right or wrong? That was the introduction. Okay, this is a misconception. Innovation always comes in your mind. At any time it can come. It is not a scheduled structure that innovation come at 6:30 evening. At any time it can come. First innovation, earlier in 70s or 80s, the drug product which we were using doesn't have any asymmetric center, like citalopram. People did, citalopram is a mixture of S and R. What they did, first they found which one is active in the body, R isomer or S isomer. They found S isomer is active, R isomer doesn't have any role. So this is an innovative thought. Then people start making esomeprazole. Got your point? So AI is nothing to do. You can take the help of AI. I don't have any embargo with AI. But first thing, the innovation, where to do, how to do, it should come in your mind. Simple example, another example is bioisosterism. One molecule, suppose, have a cyano group that is not good for health. Can you replace that cyano group with an carboxylic group? That is innovation.
Thank you.
Got my point?
Yeah. Next one. My suggestion is not to ask any almost theoretical question. Please connect where you can collaborate.
Hello, sir. My name is Debashish Haldar. I happen to be a research scholar at the Department of Theatre, Sangeet Bhavana. Thanks to, I'd like to introduce my question with this basic premise that thanks to deconstruction, Foucauldian thought process, that performance and performance research has garnered this capacity that it is an embodied epistemology right now. We can create meanings, changes in science systems through our body. So that works a lot in decentering a lot of axioms of epistemology and knowledge systems. For example, in education, through theater in education and several other things, we can create community memories, we can alter community memories, we can work in sensitization and several other ways. A lot of education in India has to be democratized. A lot of things are very esoteric for a lot of us. And theater, performance, even filmmaking, everything clubbed together can really solve this issue. Now, I have certain ideas, and I'm sure a lot of all other my colleagues also have certain ideas, but we don't know how to club that idea with industry, how to aid that idea with capital, so that we can make something out of it, so that we can create a better world for us, both financially and, to call a spade financially, of course, and also epistemologically, creating a democratic space in academia. How do we do that? We barely have any idea.
Thank you. Anybody from here or Mr. Ottawal?
So I like to give my brief understanding from the corporate point of view how theater and visual arts can help in corporate sector. Basically, the thing is, I can give you a practical example. Recently, being a central university, I am a part of a central government organization. We have a Vigilance Awareness Week. So during that time, we hired a team who have done a Pathonatica. Okay, so their team, they are from Jadavpur University, so we collaborated with them. And they have done for our workers, because everybody in a factory setup or in a manufacturing setups, the things is like that everybody is not a white collar person. So there are blue collar persons, and with banners and everything, you cannot reach them, you cannot communicate them. So for that perspective, we hire the visual artists where they can perform something and that will reach to the masses, the bigger masses. Please. Okay. Yeah. So that might be in my factory only, I guess. In Hyde Road, Taratarla. Yes. You were there, right? Okay. That is what I am giving that example only. So yeah.
Besides these things, we have other ideas too. For example, in academia itself,
like literary and critical theory or post-humanism consciousness. So such things are confiscated within certain spheres and niche of academia.
Absolutely.
And
It's
these
an
things can be
unexplored
decentralized.
area. It's an unexplored area.
I'm saying that if we have ideas, how do we make those ideas marketable? Because we do not have the essential tools to make them marketable, maybe.
So, like marketing of your ideas, like this is a platform to market your ideas. So what I was having in my mind that this industry academia meet today is the last day, but the real work starts from here. If you want to market your ideas to corporate, you have to have a forum within these four walls who can reach to the industry and share those ideas and market those ideas. Because it's very difficult for industry to come and ask you what your ideas are. So if you have your idea is in your mind, you need to take the initiative to go to the industry, go to the corporate and sell those ideas. So that we need to work on. It's a very nascent stage right now, so we need to work on that. And it's really, you have said it's confiscated, it's unexplored, but there are opportunities.
Thank you. Next one.
Hello, Amit sir. Hello, here, on the dais. On the dais. Kritika here.
Okay.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. Just trying to take you from what my previous speaker was talking about. So Debashish, what I was noting down few points because of the questions I was thinking that I might have to listen to. There are loads of things that is happening across the country, and Visva-Bharati is an epitome of all the work that has been, actually happening across the world. So what we can do right now is we can start taking small steps and put down a short-term goal in front of us. How can we do that? We can learn about the proposal development stages that takes place, budgeting that happens, log frame analysis that the industry follows, as well as the targets and achievements that is taking place, the sheets that we prepare, various tools of project review, audit, works and processes that we can imbibe in our modules, in our education modules that we have currently. So this is for the professors and the vice chancellor to contemplate about incorporating the industry related propositions that we are looking forward to, and you can get to know about these in such forums like this. This is the first one, I believe, of the many that is going to come forward to. We all have the knowledge, right? Everybody here, all the students, revered teachers, professors, and the industries, they have the representatives, they have knowledge. What we need to do is, I'm talking on behalf of the students, is that we have to formulate this knowledge which we have as data right now into a processing unit. So this processing is something that needs to be done by Visva-Bharati, and the information that we would receive, the process that it would be taking up will be a module for the world. Not only for the students, but also for the industries to incorporate in their strategies how to involve students and make them ready for the industry. Because this is the cycle that we are, unfortunately, India is, we have brilliant students, but we have students who are not ready for, there's a gap to complete the whole cycle. That is where all revered universities such as BHU, Visva-Bharati and others need to be together to understand where that small gap can be covered. If we can prepare modules such as this, which can be read while, they give examinations for this, so that while we are ready for examinations, we learn, we read, so that things get imbibed in us and we are ever ready. So this is what I wanted to understand and wanted to let you know. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please.
Sir, she wants to take up.
I think you will get chance for other questions. Yeah, please.
Okay. I am Alaya Gangopadhyay from Department of History, postgraduate, second year student. Well, my question is actually directed to Mr. M.V. Natarajan of Reliance Group. I have been quite following about Reliance Group for a while, and they have been doing tremendously in education sector and in AI building. My question is, how can we, as students of history, contribute to AI with historical studies and facts and interpretation? And how can your organization, means Reliance Group, can collaborate with Department of History of Visva-Bharati?
Fantastic. Please.
I think, while, technically, I do not handle that piece of it. I come in more from the consumer piece, but a very general response, and not specific to Reliance and AI in that sense, would be in terms of, because the various subjects on which the work is on, right, in partnership with Google, etc. I think in terms of right from creating a repository of knowledge to whatever, what's called as training the bots equivalent, there is a lot that can happen because AI is not really going to be specific to a particular subject. So I think where you guys or Visva-Bharati University can really add value is in terms of building the repository, what's called as data science otherwise, to begin with, right? Now, it can then go downstream in terms of commerce enablement, in terms of further builds, etc. So various streams are possible, but in what form and shape will that data science and the data tree to a decision-making process will lead to is something one needs to work. Like I said, there is a specific team working on that, but more than happy to put you on to them who will be able to guide you better than what I can. So I've given you a very general response, but specificity can come in from that particular team who lives and breathes that every single day. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next one.
As it
No.
As it is the era of AI,
Professor Mondal, please.
I want to
Let her ask. Yes, please.
As this is the era of AI, and I want to ask that the AI continuously transform to healthcare and diagnosis and treatment the patient, and what are the challenges for AI in healthcare? As I am here, I am Purva Banerjee, research scholar of computer science, and our team is working in AI in healthcare, especially neurodegenerative and neurocognitive disorder. And I am also asking for collaboration if anyone interested.
Thanks, Purva, for the nice question. I am from Adani AI Labs, practice head of AI. So it's a good question for me. So recently, our organization, Honorable Chairman, Sir, Gautam Bhai, he announced that 7.2 billion, please be seated, Purva. So 7.2 billion is to be funded for the, healthcare, and 2 hospitals are going to be set up in Ahmedabad and Mumbai with collaboration with Mayo. Mayo Group is a proved organization in the healthcare. So you have 2 questions. First, one is that what can AI do? What are the challenges of AI in healthcare? And second, how Visva-Bharati in general can collaborate with for me it's Adani Group, for Reliance person it may be Reliance Group. So let me take one by one. Major challenges in the healthcare of AI, there are 3 challenges, very theoretically taking, there are 3 challenges are there. First, who will give the data? Because whenever it is a healthcare data, it's very much privacy preserving. Particularly in European Union, GDPR and other compliance criteria are there for which no data can be taken publicly. So data collection is the biggest challenge. Second, data sanitization. There is a huge healthcare problem is there. There's a very interesting fallacy or paradox we can say. Say, whenever some patient is really doing well, he is in ICU and he is monitored 24/7. But whenever he is in general bed, he is not monitored at all. So there is a big challenge. First one, whenever the person is in general bed, can we simulate those sensor data? What was used in ICU? One challenge. Data. Second one, I can say, is that legal aspects. Say whenever some doctors make some mistake, the punishable person, there is an entity is there who is the doctor. He is under scrutiny, his license may be seized for wrong treatment. Now suppose some wrong medicine has been prescribed by AI. I know that many of the people are trusting on Google Doctor than our general physicians nowadays. But if some AI gives some wrong medicine, what will happen? Third challenge. Third challenge is in adopting AI for healthcare because of the explainability. Doctors, in one of such conference, I was with Dr. Kunal Bose. Possibly you all know him because of the TV, he's a TV face. So he was telling that I'm scared my job may be gone because of AI, but you know that medicine is not a science. Medicine is an art. Because whenever some patient goes there, seeing the patient, it's known in doctor jargon, is the general condition. Now, general condition means how the patient looks like. In India, in rural part, one lady with hemoglobin level 7 versus one UK person's hemoglobin level 12 may be different. That 7 hemoglobin level woman may be much, you can see that she is very much active, she can do all the works, but on the other hand, with 11, UK people cannot. So these are the biggest challenges. Now let me come for the question is a very open-ended, not for only healthcare, for anyone who wants to do collaboration for my group, at least I know, the policy is that one of your chapter, you know any PhD is a 5 chapter normally, or 4 to 5 chapter. One of the chapters should be industry oriented, which will solve our problem statement. All our problem statements are absolutely customer centric and absolutely real world problems. You are talking about the healthcare. So for the healthcare, one problem we are trying to solve is that neurosurgeries. For that, your one chapter should be dedicated to do it, and it should be an implemented solution. For that, one needs to spend 1 year there, an outcome of which will be one patent, and later it can be converted to a paper. Lastly, that if can anyone apply for it? Answer is that yes, anyone can apply, but there is a very strong scrutiny process because it is something on campus and you will be getting exposure to the real data where lots of security and privacy issues are there. So for onboarding, you can apply. I'm very much available, Tanusham, in LinkedIn. Anyone can ping me and I can share my mail ID there. You can send me your CV. But it will go through a strong scrutiny process. After that, all the scrutiny, some of the interns all across the India are allowed to do internship here with these criteria met, and the 1 year should be spent in the organization, need to solve one real problem, and must be that it will be a part of your chapter. Otherwise, what happens, that the professors not feeling that interest, that it is out of the research work. So it is the way how we are trying to bridge the gap between industry and academia also. Next question.
Thank you. Dear student, please contact our honorable panelist, alumni also, at the time of lunch.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as I am from computer science department, I have one more question.
Please, you can contact him at the time of lunch and you can ask anything there, and you can get email IDs and phone numbers. You can connect him, no?
Okay,
so please,
sir.
let others get chance, no?
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sneha Ghosh, research scholar from Center for Journalism and Mass Communication. As we know that public institution like Visva-Bharati cultivate strong foundation for cultural rootedness and inclusivity. So from your perspective, how are these critical humanistic competencies recognized, valued, and integrated when industry organizations evaluate onboard new professionals?
Anybody?
May I take this? May I take this?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the human values still now, so we have human resources available. Madam, would you like to add to it? You start, you initiate, I'll take it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I am from an industry, we are into early drug discovery, though it is not related to your field, but a generalistic answer what I can give, like the, like initiative we have started, it's called Industry Academia. And through that, what we do, since we deal with early drug discovery, we need mainly the students who are from chemistry or from biology. And what we do at an early stage, maybe from the last semester when you need to do an internship, we collaborate. We do a MOM, we sign with the university, where we hire students who wants to do their internship. They complete their internship, it's a 6 months internship. We call it as on-the-job training. So after completion of that 6 months internship program, if they could successfully complete, we hire them. So basically what we are doing, we are making them industry ready. The knowledge that you have gathered during your academics, the implementation part, that is the scope that you are getting during this internship. And also we have through this MOU, what we also do, we collaborate with the university where, the professionals who are working with us, mainly they can do their PhDs, where it's a, win-win situation both for the university and the student, and also for the organization where, through the process when they complete their PhD. So these are some of the industry academia practice we have started doing, and so far we have also signed, say, around 15 to 16 universities. Some of them are NITs and, Calcutta University, IIT Kharagpur, they have signed their MOU with us. So if Visva-Bharati is interested, then definitely we can come forward and also do similar kind of, understanding where your students can get benefited. And at the early stage, during their coursework, these academics or the applications can be implemented so that immediately after their completion, they are industry ready to join the corporates.
Thank you.
Okay. I
Dear
will
student,
try to
please contact
answer.
your teacher, head of the department, for this memorandum of understanding so that your department can collaborate with them. Okay?
I think the department is different, right? Yes. So for that, for especially journalism and mass communication students, I'm saying I'm coming from a corporate sector, but previously I had experiences in grassroots also. So for journalism and mass communication, one of the primary things about is the psychology or the behavioral change communication that you need to understand, the social communication that you need to understand. And you have the huge area of social work that you can intervene with the grassroots, with implementers such as Pradhan is also here, Tata Trust is here. You can start communicating with them. Other departments in the corporates that you can involve yourselves are human resources. There's a vigilant team. There are corporate communications. There are ethics team, POSH, that is the sexual harassment in workplaces. We have specific departments and teams who looks after that. There are CSRs, corporate social responsibilities, where you can involve yourselves in various branding and marketing areas. So there are loads of departments, and you have the whole country, all over corporates, wherever you go, these are made up of such departments. Of course, it is specific to one particular work that they are doing, as ma'am was saying, focused on biology or chemistry, but an institution is made through various other departments to take care of the employees, and for that you need to have the human connect. Thank you.
Thank you. We are running short of time. We will take just one question because the valedictory session we have less than 1 hour. So our most of the eminent panelists and industrialists and participants may leave. So therefore, I would like to take one more question for this session and then we will end. But don't lose your hope. All are available on the lunch and buffet area. So you can connect them, you can consult them, and you can get their numbers, you can get their emails. So please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Modhima Bauri, pursuing my PhD in agronomy. So my question is more focused on agro-based companies. And so how can we align our project or any other thesis work with your company's current R&D trials? Also, is it possible to currently collaborate with any of you? And one more thing, is there any honorarium for the students that may contribute in the industry-oriented research?
Yes, madam. As per your question was whether trials, you could cooperate with the corporates too, you could be involved with it, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Basically for the bioefficacy testing
Yes.
for the agro-based products.
This is very much in way. Today this industry, which is close to 70,000 crores, has to generate a lot of bioefficacy data before we get the registration of any crop protection chemicals or biological products. And there is very clear-cut guidelines for data generation on bioefficacy. So I would suggest, because many people don't know that these facilities are available and can be extended, we go to the 78, across India, 78 state agriculture universities. It is mandated by the Central Insecticides Board that only data from universities which are accredited, which like yours, one of it, can be given and submitted for approval. So I think what you need to do is, I would pass on later to Dr. Amit the list of the various associations which are involved with the industry and running to this, contributing to this 45,000 crore. They generate a lot of data. You could write a common letter so that they can circulate it to their members. And I would also suggest a small video of what you can do and what are your specialities. If it's put up on your website, that will help. And from my side, I can push it with the associations that these talents are there, these efforts, and this can be done. They pay for this, the trials generated, and that's a good revenue to the university.
So is there any ongoing research project?
Yes, many such projects are there, to be honest. And many interns are also taken, paying around 25,000 rupees a month for a period of 3 months, 6 months, or 45 days. So you could be engaged in many of these projects. I would only say, since I cannot explain in detail, but I will send him the details.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
As requested, we just want one question from science and technology. We missed it. Anybody?
Sir, I am Shraddha Mandal from Chemistry Department, Sikha Bhavan.
Anyone from Shikha Bhavan? Yeah. Please.
I just want to ask that how can we get the financial support? How can we get the financial support to develop the pilot experiments in our lab? Or how your organization evaluate the academic proposal? What parameters are the most factor beyond the technical merits? How can we collaborate with all of you?
Technical labs. Technical labs.
So, how can we get the financial support to do the pilot experiments in our
Pilot
lab?
projects
or
are, first of all, you have to prove that, industry is, very much, what I can say, very much selfish. Industry is truly speaking, very roughly speaking, and the fact is that they are very selfish. The first question comes in industry, in Indian, isme dhanda kya hai? So the primary criteria is not academic merit, primary criteria is isme dhanda kya hai? The first thing, that what is the return on investment? If we fund it, what we'll get in return of it? Okay? So this is the first and foremost criteria. Second, everyone have something in their roadmap. Means every industry have something in their roadmap. What they do, that they have something in plan, that this is something they targeted. Academic research, the main problem is that motivated by the academic interest or how many papers can we get out of it. Very roughly speaking, it's true that whether it will be published or not. On the other hand, industry is looking for something else, whether it can be sold and I can get the revenue or not. So that is the reason behind the gap. Whenever academia can find that, yes, if we solve this problem, it can help to community as well as, or it can help earn some revenue, then those proposals will be, awarded. This is very rough and the truthful answer. Anything you can compliment to it, madam?
So, sir, can we directly approach all of you, or we have to go through something?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Now we will finish this session with one 3 minutes video of Dr. Tapan Kumar Bhomik, Accenture India. I think many of your questions will be answered through this video. So, yeah.
Hello. This video. Actually, I basically conducted one session on generative AI in computer science department, and many PhD students asking about that, what kind of topic I should choose in generative AI or ML domain, right? So even they don't know that what kind of topic we should choose. Then I came to my home, basically in the guest house where I stay. I create a small video that might be given an answer what kind of topic we should choose in basically generative AI or AI domain. Basically across the world, they are taking something 5 to 10 ambitious project, okay, and they try to solve. We still not solve yet, but because of that problem, many problems gets actually resolved. I think any PhD student from not only computer science, even other also discipline, they can find out that where actually he can do the research. Okay, I'm just running this video. Can you run this video and you will see that.
This video showcases the real-time object detection capabilities of the YOLO 3 model.
The video demonstrates how YOLO 3 can identify and classify various objects in complex scenes, such as Indian traffic and crowded environments, with impressive speed and accuracy.
It highlights the model's versatility, even handling challenging conditions like busy Mumbai streets, camels mistaken for horses, and fun cases where animals are identified humorously. For example, a dog as a teddy bear or an eagle as a sports ball.
The background music and engaging visuals make it approachable, inspiring viewers to explore deep learning and computer vision further.
Commenters praise its motivation for AI study and YOLO 3's robustness in real-world scenarios. Amazon Go is a cashierless store located in Seattle next to Amazon's campus. There are no checkout lines, cashiers, or registers.
Shoppers use the Amazon Go app to enter by scanning a QR code at a turnstile.
Once inside, anything you pick up is added to your virtual cart automatically. If you put items back, they're removed from your cart.
When done shopping, you simply walk out. Your Amazon account is automatically charged, with no need to check out at a counter.
The store uses cameras and high-tech sensors to track items and prevent theft, although the technology isn't perfect.
Amazon Go in Seattle is the pilot location, raising questions about whether walk-in, walk-out stores could be the future of retail.
Crop health monitoring. Remote sensing detects early symptoms of crop stress, pests, diseases, lack of nutrients, or water by analyzing imagery in multiple spectral bands. This allows targeted intervention, reducing the need for widespread pesticide or fertilizer use.
Irrigation optimization. Sensors and imagery help farmers monitor soil moisture levels and practice precision irrigation, delivering water only where it's needed, which saves water and lowers costs, especially in arid regions.
Nutrient management. Remote sensing maps soil nutrient variability, enabling precise fertilizer application only where necessary. This cuts costs and reduces environmental runoff.
Crop yield prediction. By combining historical and current data, remote sensing enhances the accuracy of yield forecasts, aiding in resource allocation, market planning, and risk management.
Long-term field monitoring. The technology makes it possible to track trends in crop growth, soil health, and weather, helping farmers adapt strategies and adjust to climate changes. Engineers have developed OpenMind OM1, an operating system that lets robots instantly share skills and experiences, creating a global hive mind.
Using the Fabric protocol, robots can teach each other new abilities in real time, improving rapidly in hospitals, homes, and factories.
China and tech companies worldwide are investing billions to accelerate this embodied intelligence, making robots smarter and more useful.
These breakthroughs signal robots moving from isolated machines to connected helpers in everyday life. But privacy and security challenges remain.
The future is here. Networked robots may soon become a trusted part of our daily routines. The video Full Self-Driving Supervised by Tesla showcases Tesla's advanced FSD technology, specifically the supervised mode. It highlights how FSD can navigate a wide range of common and complex driving scenarios almost anywhere.
Tesla FSD Supervised demonstrates its ability to drive in various real-world situations.
The system is not fully autonomous yet. Human supervision and readiness to intervene are required.
The video serves as a promo, encouraging viewers to schedule a demo drive via Tesla's website.
Comments and reactions praise the progress of Tesla's FSD, noting its potential to make driving more relaxing, help people with disabilities, and revolutionize road travel. Accenture extensively focuses on building conversational chatbots and automating business processes using Gen AI technology.
The company is also working on advanced systems where users can interact with more than 20 chatbots simultaneously.
Another key focus area is building agentic AI. For example, Accenture has developed a tool called the Amethyst Studio, which allows users to create AI agents where the user can interact with the agent instantly.
Let me show you how to create an agent using the Amethyst Studio with knowledge of Visva-Bharati University web content.
Thank you, Dr. Bhumik. Now, I'd request our chair, Dr. Soumitra Das, Director, Asia Pacific, for his big announcement.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. In fact, I don't want to stand in between you and the lunch, which is waiting outside. In the interest of time, let me just quickly mention about the organization which I represent, and probably what we can offer or contribute or collaborate in this initiative with this prestigious university. In fact, I represent International Zinc Association, which is an international organization, and it's a non-profit global organization which was founded in 1991. It is headquartered in Raleigh-Durham Research Triangle in North Carolina, USA, and having offices across the globe. We have our Europe office in Brussels, Belgium, where most of the research are being done. I represent, of course, I represent the India office, which is in New Delhi and looking after Asia Pacific region, as well as also look after few countries in the Latin America, like Brazil, like Peru, and other countries. The Zinc Nutrient Initiative is a global flagship initiative of International Zinc Association dealing with essentiality of zinc in food and nutrition security. As you know, zinc is very diversified element. It is not related to only agriculture or human nutrition, but also protecting steel, and it's a mine product, so mining company, steel company, engineering aspects, in addition to agriculture and pharmaceutical or human health. In fact, the main objective of our initiative is, in addition to research support, we are also into policy intervention and extension promotion. And we are working with various national and international organizations like the World Bank Group, UNICEF, and a few of the United Nations. In India, with ICR and its institutes, state agriculture universities, and associations like FAI, FICCI, CIA, etc. Since we have a global outreach, probably this may interest the student and the research scholars. We would be able to connect maybe with you, with the international organizations, universities, or experts with whom we are closely working or having good liaising, whether for collaboration and partnership with Visva-Bharati University for some international projects, for which I just had a word with the Honorable Vice Chancellor, or research and education, or for that matter, higher studies. To name a few such universities with which we are closely in collaboration or working closely, are Universities of California, Davos, USA, Adelaide University, Australia, Wageningen University in Netherlands, University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, Chiang Mai University and Meiji University in Thailand, then Bangladesh Agriculture Research Institutes under Ministry of Agriculture, Government of Bangladesh, as well as the Malaysian Agriculture Research and Development Institutes that also comes under Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Government of Malaysia. In addition, we have also been organizing national, regional, and international workshops, seminars, conferences globally. And in addition to that, we also organize training programs for capacity building as well as skill development for and awareness generation as well. We can, in fact, connect you to all these programs, whether it is national or international. And we also offer some travel grant as well for the students and research scholars for participating in such international events. So regarding internship, certainly, and job prospects, etc., including CSR activities, we can always connect you to our member companies, both in India and abroad. We also work very closely with national organizations, as I mentioned, like FAI, like FICCI, like CII, in support of various activities like students' orientation programs, training programs, management development programs, it will be also possible to connect you to all these programs and to extend all these facilities to you. In addition, we'll also continue to support in such various events that time to time this prestigious university is likely to organize in the course of time in future. that's all from my side. I think at the end, I thank all the participants for patience hearing, and thank you one and all. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. It's an honor for Visva-Bharati to host such dignitaries on the dais of the dais. It's been a wonderful session interacting with our students. We thank all our students for joining us today. It was a privilege hearing everybody here. I welcome everybody for lunch outside in the food park. Thank you so much. Valedictory session. Let us have a quick bite and join back.
session with their presence. May I now request the following guests to kindly come up and take their seats on the dais. We start with Dr. D.K. Tyagi, CEO, Farmgate Technology. Sir, please be on the dais. He is the special guest of today's valedictory session. I request Mr. Ashish Atwale, CEO, Compass, to please come on the dais. May I now request Dr. Prabir Kumar Ghosh, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Visva-Bharati, to please come on the dais and act as the president of this valedictory session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now offer our greetings to our esteemed guest following Visva-Bharati tradition. So may I request the organizing team to kindly proceed with the felicitation of the dignitaries. Shadu, shadu. Shadu, shadu.
Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for accepting our humble token of respect. Your presence and guidance truly elevate this occasion. The journey of Confluence 2025 has witnessed profound dialogues on education, innovation, sustainability, and the future of collaboration. To encapsulate the insights and outcomes of this session, may I now invite Dr. Ati Ghosh, the Chief Rapporteur, to present the Rapporteur's report of Confluence 2025.
Thank you, and welcome back to the postprandial session. I know this is a very heavy session in many senses. After lunch, you have to listen to a very stodgy report. It is indeed stodgy. I'll present something on the screen. Even though I've tried to be concise, it has still run into 43 slides, but I'll take 10 minutes to go over it. And that is what makes it very text-heavy. I apologize for that at the very outset. With this disclaimer, let us directly plunge into the thickets of what has been happening over the last 1.5 days. This is a provisional report, of course. I also need to tell you that we will have a longer, more elaborate report ready within a couple of days, and I'll ask the organizers to circulate it among all of you. So we begin with the inaugural session and a photo of the inaugural session. And the dignitaries present in the inaugural session, you will remember, were Dr. Shukanta Majumdar, who is the Union Minister of State for Education and the third Union Minister of State for Northeastern Development, and Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman AICTE. The inaugural session, as is traditionally done in Visva-Bharati, had borrowed ceremonial lighting of the lamp, Vedic hymn and opening sung by Shongit Bhavan, and welcome address by Confluence 2025 by Professor Bidhan Chandra Rai. And it happened a little later, but I've included it here. It's the release of souvenir, e-newsletter, and IKS document. That is what you see happening in the photo. Yes. So let us begin with the Honorable Vice Chancellor's address. It is a good place to begin because his address set the tenor for the whole day's deliberations, and I will not read all of it because you have seen his presentation, but just to point out a few things. He marked out the opportunities where industry-academia interface can take place, They would be marketing, licensing, and online trading, resource sharing, strengthening studio facilities and health and medical infrastructure, promoting solar panel coverage and sports, AI lab and ICT facilities, incubation hub, R&D in science and technology, heritage and tourism, and so on. Sorry, I'm a bit of a Luddite, so changing the slides are taking... No, if I direct it that way, it does not work. So here is Professor T.G. Sitaram's address. I would like to take you through it. Unlike he made these points, unlike colonial education, which emphasized rote learning, Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore believed in comprehensive education, hence Sriniketan. Visva-Bharati 2047 would be possible through a synergy of digitalization, innovation, and infrastructure growth. That is what he said. And that at the heart of this transformation, he thought, were the people, us. And industry and academia must work hand in hand and not in silos. In this sense, a true industry-academia meet is not merely about placement and employment. This is something he really emphasized. It is about sharing outcomes. For this, co-locating industries, this was a very good suggestion which we will see the minister would pick up later on. Within academic campuses could be one aim. AI capacitation of academia could be another. He spoke of the 3 I's. It looks like 31, but it's actually 3 I's approach. Integration of industry and academia, innovation by turning ideas into prototypes and prototypes into products, and implementation, scaling these products up for global consumption. And finally, he also said this: when research, entrepreneurship, and local innovation come together, it creates self-reliance or Atma-Nirbharata, and this should be the basis of Conference 2025. He added, I've tried to take out a few quotes. My rapporteur's team has done that very well. He said, from reactive hiring to proactive collaboration, this could really be the slogan of Conference 2025 in a sense, speaking of an ideal industry-academia interface. And he also said, New India does not want jobs, but creator of jobs. Then there was the ministerial address. The ministerial address is very important because he made some very concrete points. And Dr. Shukanta Majumdar emphasized that Visva-Bharati again, like Sitaram, Act 2 2047 cannot be realized by the government alone or by living in academic ivory towers. It requires synergy, the building of bridges between knowledge and application, innovation and livelihood. That is where industry academia meets like Conference 2025 come in. He suggested the setting up of an engineering college within Visva-Bharati, where programs such as AI and cybersecurity could be taught, to close the skill gap which he believed existed between education and employability. Through ABC, the minister suggested vocational and industry-supported courses could be taught to achieve the same end. Industry-supported research chairs and innovation centers could be set up, and the university could offer immersive, high-quality internships. And most importantly, the minister urged that this meet should not end up with discussions, but begin with actions, a point which was taken up time and again by later speakers. Did the slide change? Yeah. So again, from the minister's speech, the Conference 2025 is not an end point, but a beginning. And he also quoted the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. India does not lack ideas. It only needs the ecosystem to convert ideas into innovation. This is, did I do it? No, there is the inauguration of exhibition. You can see the dignitaries inaugurating the exhibition. And this happened after the national anthem and the closing of the inaugural ceremony. Then there is technical session 1. You can see it on the screen. I will not take you through it. Just to point out that Mr. Zhu Wei, the Consul General of China, actually talked about India-China exchange during these deliberations. This is Mr. Zhu Wei, the Consul General of China in Kolkata, second from right, being felicitated by the dignitaries during the inaugural session of Conference 2025. This is technical session, the points of discussions continuing. Now, major takeaways. We, rapporteurs, we've tried to find what are the major takeaways for Visva-Bharati from each of these sessions. So here are some of them as we have understood them. Centralized placement board with partnership representation of industry has been proposed on behalf of Visva-Bharati, as proposed by Mr. Zhu Wei. Relation between the India-China with respect to shared research work, shared teaching, youth exchange program for technical and cultural aspects should be promoted. Dr. Bishwar Bose proposed a joint R&D program for working on the new product and internship program for UG and PG students. Dr. S.P. Mohanty offered A, collaboration with HAL in R&D sector, B, various CSR activities and research projects, C, to have long-term relation with Visva-Bharati for stress management of the staff members, D, training program and industry visit, E, marketing tie-up and biofertilizers produced at Visva-Bharati, and F, signing of MOUs for further activities. And finally, Dr. U.C. Dikshit offered engagement of RAWE students under BSc Honours Agriculture Program for internship as Krishi Veer, participation of industry experts in BOS for curriculum development, mutual visit. Industry people can visit Visva-Bharati to train students, and Visva-Bharati students, scholars, faculty members can visit industry to upgrade their knowledge base. Quotable quotes, these are from two very famous people that we have taken from this session. So here is Gurudev's quote: education must enable one to think intensively and not to think critically. This is how the quote has come to me. And M.K. Gandhi's quote: your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your values become your destiny. And this photo is an archival photo from Rabindra Bhavan. This is technical session 2. Again, I'm not going to read out everything. I'm going to take you through the major points of discussion. They are here. They'll be circulated. This is Venkataraman Vasantavara's points, Dr. Shantanu Bhattacharya, K.S. Tyagarajan. And finally, it's a very big report, sorry. And the major takeaways, Mr. Shubhalok Sarkar informed that they are interested in using the CSR fund in Visva-Bharati. Dr. K.S. Tyagarajan spoke about different funding sources like PPP model, CSR fund, Aspire fund, Nidhi fund, Think AG. Most of the speakers mentioned the importance of AI, robotics, and drone technology, carbon sequestration, and green initiatives in agriculture. Quotable quotes again. I thought this was from Amit Da, our own director of Sriniketan. Visva-Bharati has the biggest social lab in India. He also said probably the world, in the form of 65 adopted villages. I think this is a very remarkable statement that we should take to heart. And K.S. Tyagarajan, he said, one shoe fits all. The concept is challenging in the Indian scenario. You have a picture of diversity. In my hurry, this is what I could find. So this is technical session 3. Again, I'll race you through it because of the paucity of time. I'm very sorry. I mean no disrespect to any of the speakers. It's just a time constraint. And major takeaways, Mr. Pawan Bhalotia, president of NCC, offered to sign an MOU with Visva-Bharati for training the students for sports skills, particularly for cricket. And Dr. Subodh Kumar Singh, Regional Executive FAI, declared that they have something like 60 crore year marked for CSR, and they will be willing to invest any amount of this fund in Visva-Bharati, depending on the nature of the proposal that the university comes up with. Quotable quote from Pawan Bhalotia: we need to take the C out of CSR and focus more on social responsibilities for the sake of holistic development. I think I'm kind of paraphrasing him here. It might not be the exact quote. Forgive me my mischief. And this is a video, but I thought I'll show you the video, but unfortunately we don't have time for that. This is the cultural program that we had in the evening. You have all seen the cultural program, but this is a video of the rehearsal. That's why I wanted to show it to you. So the first day ended with the performance of Shongit Bhavan in 3 segments. Indian classical music through a recital of Esraj by teachers and students of Shongit Bhavan, Rabindra Shongit and Rabindra Nritya, of course, classical Manipuri dance performance. And we come to technical session 4. This is a concurrent session that happened in the Central Library, as you can see. And the major points are here. Major takeaways is first, commercialization of research demands not only invention but institutional structures, branding and sustained market engagement. Second, climate resilient and socially inclusive innovation will increasingly depend on multi-stakeholder partnerships that align private investment with public good. Third, the Indian scientific ecosystem must cultivate the agility and interdisciplinary collaboration exemplified by global R&D centers such as BBRC. Where did I go wrong? Oh, I missed. Then of course, we have. This is the. Is it playing? This is the speech many of you may have missed, those of you who were here. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor delivered a speech celebrating 150 years of Vande Mataram today, and a troupe of Shangit Bhavan sang the national song. I'm not letting you hear him because I don't have the time, but I'll put it up on social media and you'll be able to all listen to him and his speech. I seek his forgiveness for this. And the key upshot, the session put forward the shared vision to transform India's diverse knowledge base into sustainable innovation economy by combining academic rigor, corporate efficiency, and developmental purpose. Science and technology can indeed serve as the bridge between knowledge creation and societal prosperity. Major takeaways from this session, you can see, oh, we have done this, sorry. And then we come to, are we going back? Oh my God. Sorry, I told you I'm a Luddite. This is technical session 5. This is the one which was happening here concurrently, and these are the major points. And the major takeaways, as the rapporteurs have given me, historicizing the relationship of tangible and intangible resources in mapping the life cycle of the market and the possibility of the arts in such interventions, exploring the existing interdisciplinary practices within Visva-Bharati in a more constructive way to align ourselves with the vision of NEP 2020 and the evolving structure of industry practices. CSR and conservation dissemination of the open museum called Shantiniketan. There are a few other major takeaways: exploring partnership, corporate liaison in the promotion of hospitality and tourism industry, exploring partnership, corporate liaison in the promotion of, sorry, I have repeated it, I was doing it on the run. So collaboration in the fields of yoga, performing arts as per industry requirement. And there are a number of statements that have come up during the discussions: co-branding in creating Tagore memorabilia, attitude, behavior, and communication in business and the performing arts. Visva-Bharati is a hub for multidimensional creativity, arts to build social fraternity, Shantiniketan as an experimental space for art education. This is, as you know, the last session, special session. As a teacher, it's very close to my heart. Industry Academia Student Interaction Meet, and I have been able to do the least justice to this because I was the reporter of this and I was compiling this entire report while that session was going on. But I do have a recording of the session and I'll elaborate later on. These are the few key areas that came up in discussion: environment, rejuvenation, reclamation, care, critical thinking. Well, the photos have been chosen by me from the internet. So you have Rodin. Critical thinking, innovation, community engagement, then intersectionality. Though it was not spelled out in that way, but I thought that they were talking of intersectional practices when speakers were talking about the involvement of gender, class, caste, creed, language, ability, etc., age, probably. Scaling up of products, marketing, profitability, and sustainability in scaling up products. Branding, the point of perseverance. How can I make it compelling for you is a very important discussion that came up. There was a productive Q&A session with students which took place. And quotable quotes, we can, as Professor Amrit Sen said, we can learn from Tagore to be resilient, tolerant, equitable, and sensitive to the environment in this second age of globalization. And Mr. Ashish Atwale, he made this point for, I'm again paraphrasing him, this is not an exact quote. So, Mr. Atwal, if you are here, please don't mind that I'm doing this to you. But it is more or less the sense. For dynamic branding, we need to focus on the point of perseverance, which can be pursued through the 4 C's: clarity, conviction, communication, connectivity. And this is the end of the presentation for us. It's always with the Robidru Shongit. This was originally the Ashram Shongit. I've taken the last stanza of the song. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for that precise and reflective summary of the deliberations held during the CEO of Compass Consulting, and he was already a presenter in the session 5, so he is already known to all of us. So please, sir.
Thank you. It is my privilege, once again, extreme privilege, to be part of this august audience. And thank you, Visva-Bharati, for inviting me here. And bigger congratulations for taking this big step of Industry Academia Meet, Confluence 25. I'm sure there is a lot of hard work which has gone behind, blood, sweat, and tears, as they call it. But trust me, this was the easier part that you have done. The difficult part of the journey starts after this, because this is where you need to build up on this. And when I say you, it is the entire ecosystem that I'm talking about. Visva-Bharati needs to build up on this. Largely, the discussion, panel discussion or individual speeches were more about macro topics, but I think it is time enough that we get into the micro, the nuts and bolts of it, the what, when, where, why, and how, because without which, probably this time again next year we will meet, but hopefully we should have something tangible more than what we have today. And to that extent, and also I would like to try to relate it to some questions which the students had answered. I couldn't answer it at that point of time. All of us sitting here are individual brands, personal brands, as I may say. So is Visva-Bharati and a brand. It has heritage, and that is very well known, but I think time is to look beyond that, because you can't reinforce heritage more than what it is right now, but I think more about what can I do for you better. And even for individual students who asked, how can we approach the industry, we have this, and we are working on this concept. I think important is, please articulate what is your value proposition in simple, maybe one-line sentence. If I do this, this is what it will help in, something like that, okay? One proposition, work on it, create a POC, and approach the industry. And there are enough mediums available. I mean, the basic most being LinkedIn, but otherwise, like, you have IIT incubation cells, you have incubation cells in IIM Bangalore, like I know for sure, and NRSCEL. Similarly, there are many, many, many opportunities. So don't worry about how do I approach. First, get your work in place. Get your proposition in place, make it compelling, make it look so attractive that the moment you go out to the industry comes to you first. So my sincere request to all of you is to work towards inside first. Don't worry about the outside. Once you have your proposition, what can I do better? And same stands true for Visva-Bharati also. What is it? How am I better than any other institute? Because agriculture to agriculture, there will be many plethora of agricultural institutes who will offer similar services. So why should anybody look at you? I think this is the sum and substance of what I had wanted to say. And I wish everybody all the very best. And yeah, I mean, like I said, the hard part starts now, but I'm sure it is going to be an exciting journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and valuable insights. We are also truly honored to have among us Dr. D.K. Tyagi, CEO of Farmgate Technologies, who is widely known as the driving force behind eNAM, which is one of the world's largest digital agri-trading platform with us this afternoon. Sir, may I now request you to kindly come to the podium and share your thoughts with us. Sir, please.
So, good evening, and thanks Visva-Bharati Organizing Committee to invite me here. And believe me, in last 3 years, I have attended not less than 6 industry academia interactions. but I find this one most organized, and I'm 100% sure, like Ashish ji indicated, the work starts here on. So it will definitely reach to its goal. This is one. What I really want to say, I mean, continuum is important. I mean, innovation and continuum. So this wonderful, interactions we had, we could arrive to measure, actionables, and then the time has to basically convert them to reality. And I can share, whatever little experience I have. I am in an agriculture background, professional, in and out, but my interaction with engineering has started 10 years back when we basically thought of, addressing this problem. All of us know Indian agriculture, the major problem, where is the market or intermediation, opaqueness, lack of, institutional credit, dropping holdings, dropping, productivity. So I really want to say, we are on a cusp of change, and no time could have been better than this. Enormous opportunities are staring on us, and we really need to tap that. And this is a great institution. It's a heritage for us. It's a commitment for us. And at FarmGate, basically we work on the intersection of biological sciences and engineering. We have a fundamental belief the kind of challenges we have in India, they can be addressed basically working on two things. One is genomics, and the second is algorithm. So make it simple. To make it simple, this intersection, cultural intersections are important, thought level intersections are good, but within this group, within this university, for example, I'm going to attend another convention, global convention, where people are talking about One Health, because the entire food system is interconnected. You can't say plant life is different than animal life or aquatic life, or for that case, any other kind of life. So exciting times. From our side, we will definitely be working on these three things. We would be engaging with the chemistry department. We will be engaging with electronics, and definitely we will be working with the biological departments also. So we are working right now with 5 IITs and few more institutes. So fundamentally I'm coming from a group called Nagarjuna, and we were into plant nutrition. We were having a primary nutrition company, Nagarjuna Fertilizers. We also have a secondary nutrition company, integrated nutrition management company, basically where we discover crop, plant, geography specific nutrients. So I will not go into the detail. And we were also into the water management. The idea was to work across value chain. So we could find out just, increasing production, the way things are being dealt so far is not going to help us. So that's why we changed the whole strategy. We said we will manufacture, we will do R&D, we will make the products which are basically positioned for future, not kind of urea, DAP or whatever we see today, or the kind of plant production practices we see today. So for us, digitization is very important. That's why the CNAM. And I'm very proud to say the power of Indian agriculture today, after 10 years of effort, we have 3.5 crore farmers there. We do 24,700 transactions. 139 commodities are trading on the platform, and it has been rated at world's largest sport agri trading platform. The idea to quote this is enormous possibilities. Let us go with a lot of positivity. And I was working with some of the institutions and investors. They were planning to launch, data center focused on food and agriculture. So this idea came yesterday. No other place can be better than this, and I will try my best, and let us make it happen. It brings, close to 700 jobs and a large structure, and this, this place is the best for all means, you have enough of space, enough of water available, and yes, sustainable energy too. So all the best. We will continue these dialogues, and definitely with the hope that yes, whatever we have discussed, whatever we have planned, we continue to take it forward. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. We now come to the final address of this session. So may I request Dr. Prabir Kumar Ghosh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Visva-Bharati, who is also the architect of the first Industry Academia Meet, Visva-Bharati, to deliver the presidential address and share his reflection on Confluence 2025. Sir, you may come and take your time.
Dr. D.K. Tyagi on the dais, Mr. Assis, all the industry officials available right now, all my colleagues from Visva-Bharati, all my dear student and other guests and media. First of all, I thanks all the rapporteurs and particularly Dr. Rati Ghosh, who is the overall rapporteurs of this program, who has nicely reported and presented before you all. Now, today's program has given a two strong message in the sense that, number one, now we have initiated a strong platform for our student and faculty. Number two, we have initiated a platform for win-win situation for both university and industry. As somebody said that we have initiated, but it is a tough time is coming. Now, with this, I think, as the report says, we have identified many gray area for win-win situation, because the industry has convinced that yes, we have a diversified activities. Some of the example, community service, we are very rich in community service. AI, we have initiated, that is a gray area. Hospital, then student, amenities and welfare. We have a large number of water bodies. Then marketing our product. That is a gray area. I think during last 2 days we have identified commercialization and licensing, and bioenergy and renewable energy. So and then in the morning session there was a discussion on women empowerment. This is, I think, something is very important. Now, once we have identified this area, and the report says that the sequence of event Dr. Atik has presented. Now, many of the cases, what happened that after this meet and conference, whatever recommendation is there, hardly any action has been taken. It happens many times. Now, our first action will be, within 2 to 3 days, we'll constitute a committee who will look after the action for the gray area and the recommendation we have met. That will be our first priority. And I will request Dr. Atik, so from the report, can we make a 10-15 recommendation which will be communicated to all my industry officials and colleagues. So they will be looking for this recommendation. And the first job of the committee which I will constitute will be to directly connect those who have committed here itself during 2 days So that will be the first one. And also those who has not committed but may be thinking based on the awareness and getting a stock from us, the diversified activity, they may take time for thinking. So the committee will also approach or contact them time to time. So this will be our first job. Now the second job, as is a very good point in the inaugural session, and also the industry also want, and that is also for our benefit because we have implemented NEP, and one of the objective of NEP is that the industry can also be involved for formulating or these new courses, for particularly the value addition and others. So we can involve the industry officials or industry for developing the curriculum in BOS. So that will take off in academic council and we can take up. So we'll request, I think the committee's job will be that they can request that the industry can identify the courses that where they can involve in which courses. So before that, the committee will share with the industry. So these are the gray area of courses as per the NEP. So there is a scope for their inclusion. Now, as I mentioned that the first job will be those who has already committed, have a MU, develop MU with them, and contact those who are still thinking. Now, I commit, and it will be done, that every year this industry academia meet will be there. So this will be job. Then another commitment will be the alumni meet every year. So that will be another opportunity to get or to develop a platform for student and faculty, because many of the industry officials are our alumni. So that will be the second step. And the third activity every year will be a mega event on international conferences involving many foreign delegates. So compulsorily this is our priority that as a Visva-Bharati as a whole, every year these 3 mega events will be done. Now for the opportunity, you can say the opportunity for the industry. As you have just understand that we have a world-class faculty. Now we are going to implement the consultancy services with our faculty, because you know that all IITs and engineering department, they have a consultancy services. Why not our faculty? We have a diversified faculty. They are the world-class faculty, talent. Now industry can take help from us, from the faculty as a consultant. We are in the process of preparing the guideline, what will be the mode of operandi. So this is the opportunity for the industry to harvest this facility and consultancy services from our faculty. That will be a great opportunity for our faculty to connect with the industry. But there will be guideline, we are preparing for that. Now another thing, what we have come up, we have a discussion with the 2 to 3 industry. As you have enjoyed and you are witness, I think our student performance and faculty performance in Sangeet Bhavan is much better than many of the professional. You all witness. Now, can you come up to help us to have a cultural program out of Bengal? Maybe Delhi, or maybe Mumbai, or maybe Calcutta, or maybe somewhere, maybe Chennai. we have a talent, but the networking and connectivity, if you can come forward, be it with their stay, maybe sponsorship for their travel, or maybe for their auditorium hiring, or what we can do, if you arrange everything, we can spend for their travel, everything, but we can go for pricing. Ticketing system, and I strongly believe the talent we have, the ticket, maybe we can sell our ticket in Mumbai and Delhi even by 2,000, 3,000 per person. So that will be in both the cases. Maybe our talent will be shown there, and also the resource, and then we will have a MU with this industry. So about the revenue sharing, that we can have a MU. So that is another opportunity for the industry. I think Dr. Tyagarajan has already accepted this in Mumbai. Maybe he is arranging for our show of our student for the Sangeet Bhavan. So I think he has come forward. So like this, if some of the industry who has a very good connection with the Delhi, I think this is opportunity, and that will be win-win situation for this revenue sharing and also everything. Now, as our Honorable Minister and also Dr. Sitaram mentioned that we should have engineering. Yes, we'll try, but it is a long process. We have to take care. But we are thinking on opening one department, forensic science department, that we can take immediately, and that will maybe partly this will serve our purpose, because we have a open campus, so this department can have a responsibility for security and monitoring everything, so that using the AI. So forensic science department, if we open, so that we can think of our faculty, particularly science department, can think of on this aspect. Now, the gray area I have mentioned that then co-branding, yes, it is a welcome step. We can also think on that line, and we have many product at various capacity and various department we have, so that will be there. Now, as there was a concern that why the industry will connect with us. As I say that we knew in what way. So that some of the example I have given, the convergence is very much required. As that Reliance officials, he said that why you should do everything. You do not have any expertise for everything. So whatever you have expertise, you do, other you live on the industry. So convergence is required, and so this is something, and many point has come, and that ultimately for convergence and win-win situation, industry will come to you that the four aspects, that clarity, you should have a clarity, what you want to do, and then that clarity, connection, communication, and your clarity, inclusivity. So all these aspects you should have a proper guideline, and this what you want to do. So with these remarks, we have a lot of expectation, and as I mentioned, that definitely we'll reach our target. And as I mentioned, then thank you very much for all in the industry officials across came across the country, and your good responses. And hopefully this will continue, and now this platform, you have to make another platform. Now you can convince other industry to join next year. So that will be your job now. Now, I thanks all my colleagues, the whole team, the dedicatedly during last 4 months, they are working for this preparation. And that is why a flawless program we have got, and you all are witness. So I think we can give a big hand to my colleagues and all the colleagues who have dedicatedly worked during the last 4 months. Then I think, as I mentioned, that it's a good platform for the student, and they should also come forward and have a discussion with the head of the department. So in which area they want collaboration with the industry. Now the team which I will constitute, they will have the contact details of all industry. Now they will share with the contact details with all head of the department, so they can directly connect with the industry. But the thing will be more relevant if the head of the department, what if they are thinking on, so they can push up through this committee. So that will be, I think, very good. And I think with this, once again, I thanks all the industry officials who has responded and come forward to connect with the Visva-Bharati and work with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words and for guiding us with your vision and future strategies. We are grateful to you for your inspiration. Your address truly reinforces the spirit of Confluence 2025 and the ideas that Visva-Bharati stands for. We are grateful for your presence and leadership as we bring this event to a close.
We now come to the final segment of this session, the vote of thanks. So may I invite the Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. Surjo Saikia, to deliver the vote of thanks and express our gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of Confluence 2025.
Good afternoon to all of you. Third century Italian theologist, Saint Ambrose, said, "No duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks." So with the permission from the chair, I would like to offer a vote of thanks on this pleasant afternoon. First, I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey our deep gratitude and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Prabir Kumar Ghosh, who initially conceived the idea of this industry academic confluence. And without his unsparing support, this could not be possible. We would also like to thank the inaugural speakers, Dr. Sukanta Majumdar, Honorable Union Minister of States of Education and Minister of Development of Northeastern Region, and guest of honor, Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman AICT, for their inaugural deliberations. We would also like to extend our appreciation to all the theme speakers for enriching the audience with creatively and covering the concerns of Visva-Bharati. We would like to express our thanks to all the lead speakers and also the speakers of special lectures for sharing their thought-provoking concepts and resource-generating ideas. I acknowledge all the conveners, chairs, co-chairs, panelists, discussants, and rapporteurs for the incomparable way of convening each and every session. We mark our gratitude to our delegates from different government, non-government, and industrial organizations for joining us. Without the support of sponsors and partners, this would have been impossible to organize a grand event like the Confluence 2025. So my sincere gratitude goes out to all the sponsors and industry partners of this Confluence 2025. Our words are not enough to thank Kala Bhavana and Police Sanghana Vibhaga for their special exhibitions and Sangeet Bhavana for their exquisite cultural performance. I would like to thank all the invited and registered participants who blessed us with their presence. A big thanks goes to the department heads and respected principals who extended their help in every step of this confluence. I'm also thankful to the registrar and finance officer and their office who helped us in obtaining the necessary administrative approval for organizing this event. The organizing committee is deeply grateful to Joint Registrar, Academic and Research for extending all logistical support, space, and other material supports while preparing for this event. I would also like to thank the library, the computer center, garden section, engineering, accounts, guest house, transport, asset office, Ravindra Bhavana, and heritage cell, and all other officials of Visva-Bharati for extending their prompt support during the course of management of the event. My special thanks goes to the PRO Visva-Bharati and all media persons attended and covered the program. The organizing committee is thankful to every subcommittee and nodal persons of Bhavana who had worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this event a grand success. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the members of e-newsletter and IKS document published in this confluence. I would be failing in my duty if I don't thank our volunteer students who work day and night to make it a success. I would also like to thank all the support staff of the Lipika Auditorium and Library, the technical team, security persons, caterer, and decorators for their uninterrupted contributions behind the stage. Before concluding, I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to the delegates on the dais of this concluding session who shared their remarks gratefully and enriched the session. The Confluence 2025 ignited strategic thinking for industry, academic partnership, and Visva-Bharati believes it will surely translate to some measurable outcomes. With this expectation, I'm concluding this vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shaikia, for your kind words and for expressing gratitude on behalf of the entire organizing committee. As is the tradition of Visva-Bharati, we conclude every gathering with an Ashram Sangit, a song that carries the message of peace, harmony, and gratitude. May I now request Sangit Bhavan to kindly lead us in the Ashram Sangit. One announcement is there. After the Ashram Sangit, we will proceed for the heritage walk. The vehicles for the heritage walk for the delegates will be available outside the auditorium. And finally, before we disperse for the heritage walk, we will go for a group photograph. Your gracious presence will be permanently grafted in our memories. With this, we bring the valedictory session of Confluence 2025 to a close. We thank all our distinguished guests, delegate, faculty members, and students for their gracious presence and participation over the past 2 days.
We extend our warm wishes to everyone for a safe and pleasant journey home. Thank you once again, and namaskar. Now I invite everyone and join in the spirit as we conclude Confluence 2025 First Industry Academia Meet. Thank you.
আমাদের সব হতে আপন আমাদের শান্তি নিকেতন আমাদের শান্তি নিকেতন উদার আকাশ ভরা কোলে মোদের দোলে হৃদয় দোলে উদার আকাশ ভরা কোলে মোদের দোলে হৃদয় দোলে মোরা বারে বারে দেখি তারে নিত্যই নূতন আমাদের শান্তি নিকেতন আমাদের শান্তি নিকেতন মোদের তরুমূলের মেলা মোদের খোলা মাঠের খেলা মোদের নীল গগনের সোহাগ মাখা সকাল সন্ধ্যা বেলা মোদের তরুমূলের মেলা মোদের খোলা মাঠের খেলা মোদের নীল গগনের সোহাগ মাখা সকাল সন্ধ্যা বেলা শালের ছায়া বিথি বাজায় বনের কলগীতি সদাই শালের ছায়া বিথি বাজায় বনের কলগীতি সদাই পাতার নাচে মেতে আছে আমলকি কানন আমাদের শান্তি নিকেতন আমাদের শান্তি নিকেতন আমরা যেথায় মরি ঘুরে সে যে যায় না কভু দূরে মোদের মনের মাঝে প্রেমের সেতার বাধা যে তার সুরে আমরা যেথায় মরি ঘুরে সে যে যায় না কভু দূরে মোদের মনের মাঝে প্রেমের সেতার বাধা যে তার সুরে প্রাণের সঙ্গে প্রাণে সে যে মিলেছে এক তানে মোদের প্রাণের সঙ্গে প্রাণে সে যে মিলেছে এক তানে মোদের ভাইয়ের সঙ্গে ভাইকে সে যে করেছে এক মন আমাদের শান্তি নিকেতন আমাদের শান্তি নিকেতন
Graphs. Before